To episode 22. So, last we left the party, they had just finished a battle with a bunch of frost giants within the city of Mesro. And my god, what a battle it was. The party really had to... Well, they were pushed to their absolute limits trying to defeat these creatures. They were fervent on their goal to try and reclaim the Ring of Winter from Artis Simba. And once fully defeated, Artis scrambled as best he could to try and get it back, almost obsessively. And as he shattered the ice of the hand which gripped it, it fell into the palm of Ignir, who was then beset by a vision tempting him, but also doffing the old owner, claiming that Artis Simba was now unworthy. And it seems as though this ring communicates with emotions. Ignir, after a while of questioning this entity, this sentient creature, this whatever it is, this power, you finally accepted, and you became attuned to the ring, unlocking a whole array of powers. Also, whilst here in Mesro, Carrick got to figuring out where the city has gone, because he believed, with his arcane intuition, as well as Jason's, that the city was not destroyed within the spell plague, but rather avoided it by teleporting its entire body into the astral sea. And the artist explained that his wife Alessandra was part of Mesro, and Carrick asked about the description of her, trying to get a better idea of what she looked like so that he could communicate with her via the sending spell. And he got in touch. And it seems as though his suspicions were correct, and that they are still within the Astral Sea, stuck in time as well, which makes sense to you, Carrick, because obviously he comes from the Gith. The Gith Yankee actually do not age whilst in the Astral Sea, so it's believed that everything is still preserved, as well as his wife is still out there, waiting to see Artis once perhaps all the dangers have passed. And whilst the spell plague had ended, yes, unfortunately now a death curse is taking its place. It is no longer safe for the city to return until that has been dealt with. And so Artis, it seemed as though he resigned his goal to find and get back Mesro, and now seeks to end the curse first, so that might be a possibility. And that's where we left off. Actually, one last thing. That is the fact that there is a strange blue glow coming from a nearby catacomb. And currently, as I've described, everything feels like you're in a crater. The top half of Mesro, just having been teleported away, has left this kind of... the underside, like the undercity of Mesro exposed. So you see catacombs, you see wine cellars, there are sewer systems, etc. But in fact, the ruins have left behind form that whole circle. You can only just about make out the four main avenues to the north, south, east and west, and it would have met in a central plaza, but that's now just flooded into a huge basin, and the rest of the kind of outskirts have subsided over the centuries. And what it looks like, you've actually just sailed straight in when you came into Mesro on your little floating boaty McBoatface. You just sailed along the River Olong, straight past the wharfs, and into the crumbling vine-covered outskirts that rise above the flooded streets that are now more like canals than roadways. Alright. Okay, so that's where we left off. Pop. You were just heading down into the ruins, correct? If you wanted to. If you're feeling like you're ready.
It works for me.
Could we have a conversation about getting back in touch with creepy snake person to let them know that Mesro is no longer on this plane?
Ah, yes, that's true. The original reason you came here was to usurp a certain Rasnasi. Now, having found no sign of Mesro left, doesn't look like Rastnasi would be here. Wouldn't make sense. So, I guess yes, but you have not had any communication yet, it seems. You were told that you would be communicated via a sending spell, but I guess Carrick, if he wants to make the first move, could do. But he's been doing a lot of sending today already, and I think there is a chance of it failing if he has repeated uses.
Yeah, because did we get a long rest? Well, Carrick was doing that, or am I
No,
completely... Oh, I thought we did. No, okay.
I don't think so. You fought the frost giants. You didn't make up a tiny hut, or did? Oh wait, did you?
I think so, because Carrick was... Because it was like, is there anything you want to do before bed? And Carrick sat
Okay,
and
in
spoke
that
to
case, yeah.
Argus.
In that case, yes, you've had a long rest. Yeah, I remember. You did cast Tiny Hut, didn't you, Jason?
You know what? I can't quite remember. I was somewhat distracted,
Oh,
so
that's right. Yeah.
you tell me, did I?
I think you mentioned that the option of going into another like huge orb of winter, and you were like, nah, I'm gonna use that Tiny Hut again.
That does sound like something I would say, yes.
Yeah, that's alright. It was pretty late. But sure, we'll say that you've had a long rest. Although, one last thing to note is that that giant said something about the Havalspid, and you remember recalling such a vessel as being like one of the flagships of the Frost Giant Empire. And a broken common was said something like, we'll be back, or we'll still come for you, or something.
They were very friendly.
Mm.
Well, I mean, they weren't too much of a problem the first time, so let them come, I say.
Alright.
So what time of day is it right now? Is it night or is it like
I guess
midday,
it'd be morning if you're having the long rest and then waking up. So yeah, morning. And I need to do the counter, don't I? Yes.
The counter?
Oh, nothing. Just you are on a clock, don't forget. Let's not forget the clock ticking.
Oh, yes.
Those with the death curse decay day by day. Their state worsens with each setting sun.
Well, it's a good thing we've had direct courses to all of our locations and absolutely haven't been led off track by someone.
And that you've had a great guide, keeping a straight and narrow path. Straight and narrow. All right. Yeah. Let's see here. So you guys have done your morning rest rituals. If you need to prepare any new spells as wizards then do so.
Well, I think I'm good. I'm not entirely sure what we're going into next time, so I've got a nice broad range of options here.
Excellent. In that case, then, let's see. Feels like I'm forgetting something, but I'm sure it's your move.
Well, do we want to go investigate this light? Or...
Funnily enough, it's not raining today as well. A rare occurrence within shot.
A fine omen. Let's go and check out the creepy light.
Okay. Let's move you guys over there. Well, not just yet. We'll say that you guys approach this sloped.
Oh, I was being somewhat flippant. Are we actually doing that? I was feeling a little bit lightheaded end of last night. And this creepy light, how creepy are we talking? We talking Ralph Harris in an alleyway, or
What? Well, take it as you wish. It is a dull blue light emanating from the center of a catacomb.
See, it's the catacomb thing that kind of swings me there.
Is you've had a little look with Rufus already. You took note that it being an open catacomb is a little odd. Well, just you know the reasons why, but it's just odd to see it from a bird's eye view. And all the caskets or sarcophagus are empty. You can tell the lids have either been moved off or they're cracked. They have no bodies inside, no skeleton remains in one. All that's left is this kind of dull blue glow from the center of it.
Well, who knows? It may lend to some answers as to how exactly we can get Mesro out of this pickle. So, for lack of better options, I would say let's give the catacombs a pop.
That is true. We might have some clues. Alright. Off we go then. You see EQ begins getting closer to the edges, and there's quite a steep descent, like a sharp slope going down into it. But I'm guessing.
Can we see anything other than the glow, or does it just descend for a ways?
Okay, so you can see the glow from here as you're sort of descending into it. There are like faint, small like globes near each pillar that's in the catacombs, almost giving off this kind of eerie light, but it's a little bit less obvious when there's actual daylight above. And there is a center glow as well that's giving off a much brighter light than the rest of it, and it seems to be in the center of a larger sarcophagus. You can't quite see into it because the glow is more intense there. There is a bunch of shattered boards and planks that seem to have either fallen in here or maybe collapsed from where the roof was disappeared, and there are cobwebs in most corners and across the pillars. Several of these sarcophagus have kind of like low puddles in them as well, probably where they've been filled up with rain over time. What do you guys do?
Are there any details on the sarcophagi that would give us any idea as to who was interred there?
Yes, there might be, but you'd have to get closer to it to actually investigate it.
This sounds like a job for a history check.
While he's doing that, I walk forward.
Maybe. I'll say
Trying
no.
to get closer to do the history check?
You can, yep.
Okay, I cautiously step forward, keeping an eye underfoot for any traps.
Alrighty. You can roll me a perception check for said traps.
I'm so good at them.
Can I assist with this?
Oh, you can.
Never mind. He's fine.
And looks like it's a safe descent. If there was anything like, what's the word, rickety about it, it would have probably long collapsed or worn away from the elements of the weather. And so as you're slowly descending in, you keep your eyes out for anything that's obviously going to jump you. And again, this place is completely abandoned. You can see into each corner with your dark vision as you're coming in from the top. There are no like hidden areas in here. It's just like someone's just taken the lid off a model catacomb, and you can just look down and see everything from atop. The pillars have been sheared away as well, so they're not really supporting anything, as there's no chance that anything could collapse in on you either. But there does seem to be just a faint blue light emanating from them. And you get closer and closer towards this sarcophagus, and you start to make out perhaps writing on it, but it is in Old Amuian. Old Choltian.
Why don't you let me know what it says?
Ah, I guess I should.
Most obnoxious.
Okay, sure. Let me give you a little. Okay, so on this there is a date first of all, and it is 2637 DR to 137 DR. And that would, you can roll a history check because those are significant dates. And by the way, when I say that, those are both minuses, so it's minus 2637 DR and minus 137 DR, because those years, as you recall from history, they actually count up, right? So sorry, they count down rather than like normal years would count up. This is counting down to a certain event. But regardless, that's not the important part. You remember that in ancient times, let's see, what did you get on the history check? Yeah, that's a pretty damn good check. I'll say that, you know, in ancient times it's said that the city of Mesro was first conceived or created by the god Ubteo. It was raised as originally like as a temple and an amphitheater, and it was supposed to be a safe haven from the chaos of the jungle so that he could foster a people that would worship him. That later grew into a city, and in the year minus 137 DR was known as the Year of the Blooded Sunsets. It was a great war between the Tabaxi and the Ashal, and that would be a separate check for the Ashal. Ashawi?
Well, this is my jam.
Okay, what'd you get?
I got a 17 and Ignia got an 11.
So, it's no secret that the Ashal were a Choltian tribe, but apparently it's hard to find information on them. They went extinct around 1370 DR, which is kind of puts it around the same date. Sorry, yeah, it's around the same date as this. It's probably their extinction date, and if there was a war going on, it must have meant they lost. And all you can really remember from reading them is that the war went on for about roughly like 300 years, and near the very end of it, they were said to have done something terrible, released some sort of shadowy entity. You're not quite sure what though, because it was usurped. It was defeated apparently. But you don't know why. You're not sure what or who did such an amazing feat to stop it. But apparently it threatened Mesro. But if Mesro is still alive, then it's obvious you can put it together that didn't work. But what thwarted it or how it came to be defeated was not clear. Regardless, that's just everything extrapolated from the two dates. The rest of the information on here seems to say a name, and it is of a great Choltian warrior. We'll go with Oskafui, who was apparently you remember, probably one of the ancient long lost kings of Mesro, or perhaps he was just a powerful general or warrior. Either way, he must have obviously kind of died within the end of the war, because that's the date which is on here. Maybe he was the one who died defeating the shadows, you're not sure.
It's hard to separate one shadowy evil entity from another in this jungle.
It is. I think that's everything. As you're kind of looking and reading it, everyone can peer into the open sarcophagus as well. There's no lid to this thing. In fact, you just see the faint, the bright glow coming from it. And as your eyes are adjusting and kind of peering into it, there is something sat, or rather hovering, in the center of the sarcophagus. A floating, slowly rotating crystal of bluish, gem-like quality to it sat there.
Anything familiar about this gem?
It is triangular in shape. That's about the only familiar thing. At least from the top, it looks triangular. It might more be like a floating prism, like two pyramids like stuck together.
Carrick, have you got any kind of detect magic or any divine knowledge that might help in this regard?
Okay, I'll see what he's got on his sheet. Carrick. He has got...
He does not have detect magic.
He has got it, but he hasn't got it prepared. Yeah, it's not prepared today.
Well,
he does have
Revire,
identify.
do you want to shoot it?
He does have identify. Sorry. Yeah, shoot it instead. That'll work out what it does. Shoot it.
I mean,
It's working down
It
our
says-
list of
so-
usual...
So we'd say I had...
usual go-tos.
Yes.
Well, you could
Gently
try
tap
shooting it.
first.
Stab it?
Probably shouldn't, but I kind of want to touch it.
Carrick says, well, I can't tell the aura of what type of magic it is emanating, not today, but I could identify what it is. That actually involves touching it. He looks at you, River.
Eric did mention we do have scrolls of detect magic.
Oh, does he? Okay. Oh, let me have a look again. No sheet. That he does. Wow, I have one of these, and he pulls out 2 scrolls. These are the ones we found in Sindra Sylvain's... No, Valindra Shadowmantle's area, is it? No, I can't remember. Can't remember where I found these. Either way, could be used. Oh, we bought these! That's the one.
What?
We bought these from the Ibly. Yes. For just
Do we
such an
want to use
occasion.
the scroll?
I'll use the scroll.
Is anyone else echoing?
It might be when Kivil presses the mic down.
I don't know.
I don't think
Otherwise-
so, but we may have lost Chris.
So
I can hear Chris.
yeah,
Oh,
I cannot.
it's
Maybe
when
I'm-
it's when Kivil has pushed to talk on. That's all. Yeah. I think
Yes.
anyway.
Cool. No, I'm echoing. This is really weird.
You're echoing.
are you?
Yeah, it comes back like 3 seconds later.
Have you got the stream on in the background?
That's weird.
Yes, that's it. I turned it on so we can crack up that average.
Okay.
I think I'm good now.
Okay. Cool. Anyway, he cast detect magic and
Oh, now I can't hear Chris.
no.
I think he's muted himself.
Whoops. Yeah, I pressed the button accidentally. There you go. I'm sorry, I was laughing as well. I was too busy laughing. Oh, there you go, the stream. So, he cast the scroll of detect magic, correct?
I think that's probably better than identify, because don't you need to touch it to...
He does need to touch
Cast
it to
that.
identify it, yes.
Let's play it safer, maybe.
Playing it safe. He reads the scroll, the arcane runes on it begin to burn bright, and then the scroll turns to dust at the pinnacle of the runes glowing. And at the same time, Carrick's eyes then begin to glow. He looks around the room to check everything in the 30-foot radius, and then he turns his attention to the crystal. Kind of breathes in through his teeth. Yeah, that's necromancy. An interesting aura, though. It seems to be like a perpetual aura of it, like all around us. He means, he kind of gestures towards the air. It's not just centered on the crystal. It seems to be like pulsing in a wave of necromancy. And he looks at his own skin for a moment. I don't feel any different to any of you.
No, why is it always bloody necromancy?
Well,
I mean, we are in catacombs.
oh, the lights are also giving off a very faint magical aura, I believe. Let me see.
Oh no, I can do it.
It's giving off a slight evocation magic from the blue pillars.
Yes, I would like to cast Identify as a ritual and have Rufus touch the thingy for me.
Okay. The
You don't
crystal
mind touching the big old necromancy crystal, do you, Rufus?
looks at you, just stares with wide eyes, blinks once or twice, and then obeys your command. Oh man. Here we go.
Didn't mind this drone.
Alright. The crystal is grabbed by a single claw of Rufus as the Identify spell is being cast. However, he notices something as it's rotating in a kind of clockwise fashion, very slowly. As he grips it, it starts to spin in his grasp. You hear those claws kind of scratching against the like glass-like gem qualities, and it starts to rotate the opposite direction much more rapidly. In fact, it starts to rise up out of it. He tries to grab it with both claws, and Rufus looks panicked. And everyone else, Carrick says, that necromancy aura I just mentioned, it's now pulsing inwards. It's drawing life. Rather than giving out necromancy, it's drawing. Guys, I need everyone to roll initiative. I'm going to grab you onto the actual map though first. Because a little tip for all DMs out there, don't drag your players out onto a battle map until battle is actually out. Because they see a battle map and the metagaming kicks in and it goes, hold on, there's a fight here. See, so you just wait. And then you throw in the
false sense of security.
Yeah. Well, let's drag you people out.
Crystal.
We've got Igni, we've got Jason, there we go. We've got an owl right in the centre. And here we go. Pop. So it's more like triangular than that. That's all I could find for now. There's Ravire over here somewhere. Doesn't matter where you are, really. I assumed you're all sort of surrounding this sort of area. Haven't mentioned EQ or anyone being down here, but I guess EQ would definitely be by your side no matter what. And I'll say that Sharkbait and... not Sharkbait, Dragonbait. Too many baits. Dragonbait and Artisimba are somewhere up above. They didn't all go, not everyone went in. It depends, do you want them in here for this fight? Probably
I feel
not.
like Walt would be in here, but the other two, yeah.
They'll be near. Okay. Let me get them then. Oh god. Alright. Just gonna put them over here. Alright, now you can select a token and roll initiative. As you see the pulsing continue. It's drawing life rather than emanating undeath. And this time, you start to see the shadows of your cells that kind of like are in a split, as in like the shadows are kind of like fragmented where there's multiple light sources, suddenly start to coalesce together as this gem is giving off a far greater light source than the others. It's glowing way more intense. It's actually blinding the poor owl momentarily, and your shadows begin to stretch across the ground. And Carrick is seeing signs of necromancy everywhere. Like, this whole chamber is being filled with an aura, and it's the concentration is coming from the crystal itself. You need to roll Rufus on as well for this little stunt.
How's dexterity?
Yep.
There is in it. There we go.
Okay, cool. Alright. It is gonna be Revire up first. Although you don't know, you can't see anything, like, obviously to attack, something is happening and Carrick is looking around the room.
Yeah, let's look around the room and see what's happening. If there's anything.
Alright. What you see is your shadow from your person is stretching out. It's getting larger and larger and more intense. Like, it should be getting slimmer, but it's actually growing. It's odd. It doesn't make sense. A light source should be diminishing the shadows, and this is making it more intense. That is what you see. And the crystal in the center has rose up. Rufus is like flapping his wings rapidly. The crystal is now spinning in the anti-clockwise. And Carrick has already exclaimed that there's a great amount of necromancy bursting free from it. Oh, sorry, drawing in. In fact, you feel a little bit weaker in the knees. It's like something is sort of sapping your strength slightly, but it's only barely. It's not like, oh god, I'm falling over. It's just like it just feels like you're having a harder time taking in breaths. You check your skin, you're still intact. You're not like flaking away or turning to dust, but something's building up.
I would like to move away from the crystal thing.
Okay, sure. Go right ahead. Move your token.
And I'd like to try and poke my shadow.
You notice that your shadow takes a moment to catch up with you. It actually turns, sees where you've just gone, rushes up behind you, and the feet were still like attached to you, but the rest of the shadow kind of warps and waves into place where it should be, and you start to see it rising up out of the floor. It actually grabs a hold of itself, like lifting itself up with its elbows bent, and then it rises up. Not that big. It rises to your height and your shape. And starts to, well, manifest.
I'd like to poke him.
Poke him. Go right ahead. Poke him. Poke away. Alright.
Obviously not with my hand.
That is a good poke. That's a hit. As you poke, it grabs a hold of the blade and tries to push its hand towards yours. Towards your face, rather. And we'll see what it gets as well. Not good, it seemed. That's not a hit, is it? Not for you.
No.
Okay, alright then. So the hand reaches forward, you stab, roll damage for that.
Okay.
And this is with Colin, so yeah, it's the magical weapon. Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, you stab through and you see Colin the caterpillar suddenly starts burning away the shadow slightly. Its own sort of sheen seems to have an effect. And you see the actual shadow in pain. It doesn't make any sound though, but it is visibly like retching over.
Okay, that was one attack.
Okay.
Gonna. I've got extra attack and I've got Dread Ambusher. I'm gonna just try and use my normal sword for my bonus action, although I don't think it's actually gonna do that much. But no, that's an 11.
Okay, yeah, let's have a look. What's your AC is?
18.
Okay, so that is a miss, I'm afraid.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you realize that its form is seemingly like the same outline or silhouette of your armor, and as you try to stab forward, it's like that armor actually stops the blow going through.
Okay.
Mhm.
Extra attack.
Okay, go right ahead. 21,
21.
that's a hit. Yeah, that's a hit.
Mhm.
Okay, with that, 6 plus the 10 from earlier. No, sorry, 9, sorry. That stabs through the shadow, and you drive the blade through it, and it falls back down onto the ground until you finally hit straight into solid stone of the catacomb floor. And as you do, you see the shadow shape back and shift into what it should be, which is a depiction of you knelt over and stabbing the floor.
Great.
Okay. Let's say for these two, they don't have a clue what's going on over here, but they're rushing over to sort of the edge, as they can hear like Carrick's voice kind of raising up and saying something's happening. Jason, it's your go.
Aye. Bonus action, Blades Long.
Mm-hmm.
Which, now that beyond 20 has been activated, is it should just automatically happen now? It does. Sick. Then, action. Somewhat slightly different. I'm going to crack my whip at the shadow at my feet.
Okay. Go ahead and crack.
Tits.
What happened to my initiative?
When did you get whip?
Yeah, wait, what? Hold on.
In the inventory. I never equipped it, but then I realised I had a booming blade on it.
You've had a
That's
whip.
sick.
You've had a whip this whole time and no one's known about it. No
Yeah,
one's
well,
questioned
it's
it.
just sort of been, you just kind of had a whip, and I put it in there because, like,
I love
you
it.
know, what archaeologist doesn't have a whip?
I see. Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah.
Now that you put it like that, okay, continue as you were. So the whip cracks across the floor. It splits one of these planks of wood in two, but the shadow doesn't seem to take any damage or sort of like react to it.
It. In which case, I'm going to use my 40 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Disappear over this way.
Okay. The shadow seemingly shapes along with you, and as it's walking, it's kind of striding in its step, and it too begins to retrieve its whip almost a second after you, and this time it's like pulling it taut between both hands, like ready to use it as a garrote, and it rises up out of the ground behind you and tries to do just such a thing and choke you to death. Not that big. All right, let's see what it gets.
Mighty shadow.
Don't think that's gonna do it though. Quickly, like, duck out of the way as its whip's kind of brought to its chest, and it doesn't get a hit through. But it is Dragonbait's go. He's oh wait, no, it's not. It's Ignir. Sorry. Right. All right. Ignir. You're muted, by the way. Oh wait, no, you're not. He's not here. He's not even in the chat. What happened? He's in the Roll20.
He's on a work call. In theory, if he were to use Green Flame Blade, he could hit 2 of these bastards.
Okay, I didn't see his message. We'll come back to it in just a second, I think. But something cinematic needs to go through anyway, so we'll describe what is going on with poor Rufus as he's gripping the crystal in the center. Its rotation has started to slip out of its grasp, but it suddenly stops mid-spin and instead almost like tilted towards Rufus, and you see Rufus's feathers simply fall away. His form shrivels down and poofs out of existence. I'm afraid he suffered quite a portion of necrotic damage. As you see, like, its feathers fall away, there's like a skeletal Rufus for a moment before that poofs back into its wherever it came from.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine. It's just, it was a bit of a sight to see, that's all. The crystal begins to hover there, and it's still rotating. It resumes the rotation, rather. Okay, Carrick would be up. Come back to Igni in just a moment. Okay. He's what now?
Carrick would like to cast Dispel Magic on the crystal.
Oh, Dispel Magic. Would he now? Okay, there is actually a check for that. Because it is a higher level than what he's attempting to cast it at. I'm guessing if he's just doing it at 3rd level. So, it's going to be a Wisdom check for him. Let's just check the stream here. Yeah, we're all good. And do you want me to roll that, or is someone else able to do that for me?
I think it's going to have to be you.
Okay. I'll get that done. Where is he? It's that? It's not a touch, no. Okay, cool. Dispel Magic. Away! Wait, it's a Wisdom check. Oh man, he's got +5. Jesus, didn't see that. Oh, okay. Alright, yeah, that'll definitely do something. So, the spinning suddenly stops mid-air. The blue glow starts to diminish. And because he's still got Detect Magic up, he notices that the drawing pulse begins to fade away. And the crystal still floats though. Doesn't seem to have dispelled the kind of anti-gravity part to it, but it's definitely stopped spinning and stopped glowing, it seems. Straight after that though, just when he thinks all is well, you suddenly see a shadow reach up around behind him and goes to grip a hold of him, like wrestle with him to try and stop his spell kind of like working. So we're gonna roll that straight up. Ooh. Don't think that's gonna hit him. Well, he's more distracted. Let's see, when them dies, hide as a bonus action. That's true, I could do that. Now that the light's gone, we'll do this quickly. Nope, never mind. Wouldn't work anyway. Alright, so it's a miss. Alright. He sees it coming just in the nick of time, and he kind of like kicks away. But as it does, it like stretches back towards him and seems to be very much attached to him, like right where the feet kind of meet his. Iku is going to have to try something out. Oh, poor Iku. Guess you'll cast Bless. That's always a good one. Bless on Jason, Ravaya, and Ignir. Yeah, you three as usual. And straight after that, even though the magic of the crystal has been dispelled, it seems like these shadows have come into existence before that occurred, and now they rise up and try to strike at her. Before we do that, yeah, that's gonna Oops. Too many clicks. That's actually going to hit her. And we're doing a D4 of strength. So she kind of lets out this like, this strained, like, emotion. She's definitely almost falling to one knee. As you can see here, she's like straining to get back up from this attack.
Damn.
Some of her skin kind of flakes away. Her hair goes slightly grey in some streaks. It is Revire's go.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna run up and help Iku. Or is my shadow behaving, or is it still looking a bit sketchy?
It follows with you this time, actually behaving like it should and normally does.
Great, I'm totally fine with that. Okay. Cool.
It's there. It's
Okay.
there. It's on that square. It's fine. I'm just mucking around. There you
Stab.
go. All right. Roll a hit. That is. Let me just check. That's a hit. Oh yeah, 100%. Yuki's actually got surprisingly high AC. Just had to double check. All right, 9 piercing. There's stabs straight through, and it like severs one of the arms, kind of gripping her, and it also that arm actually dissipates away. So it's just like an one-armed shadow.
Alright, we're gonna try normal sword. 21.
Oh, that'll hit as well. 9, 17. Let's see here. Ooh. That will sever the shadow away. And it kind of pushes itself down into the floor and reshapes to what Iku's normally would look like. Okay. That's your go. Meanwhile, Dragonbait and Artis Simba, I'm going to say they're having their own issues up here. Like, what the hell? I see what you mean now, Carrick. Something is happening. They're fighting away. I'm going to say that they're busy fighting their own ones right now. Up on the ridge. Because they too are kind of in the aura of this glow as they're like looking down at it. So, Jason is back to you. And I'll say that Ignir probably has got a chance to do his green flame blade. That's probably a good idea. Okay, but as soon as Ignir takes his go, there will be one trying to stop him as well. Okay, I'll quickly roll it for him just to see what happens, because he would have swung at yours. So let's do that real quick. He has to roll with an attack, doesn't he? 12.
Yes.
12 would not hit your one, I'm afraid. So that would have been kind of like the first swing. Second swing. 22. What's your AC currently, Jason? 21. Yeah, that would hit then. Wow. Oof. So it's 11 points of slashing. And it would then do an extra D8, right? Green Flame Blade?
Yeah, so it does 1d8 to the thing that you hit, and then a further d8 plus your spellcasting modifier jumps to another target within 5 feet.
Okay, let's do that. So, your shadow... The flames seem to only ever so slightly lick against the shadow, not really doing much as what he was hoping. But the flame does suddenly jump, although it's not quite there yet. It goes to jump towards the floor, and after the kind of flame skirts across the ground, it then suddenly rises up straight afterwards, timing it perfectly for his own shadowy drain. He's gonna go over here, so he's got some nice flanking too. And a 12. Oh wait, I forgot to do something first. Let's do that. Nope, okay, cool. He misses. Right, yeah. It'd be your turn now, Jason.
Well then, stop pissing around with this whip. These are drastic times. They call for drastic measures. Oh, Ignis' shadow moved.
Yeah, it's gone around him, so it's kind of stretched across the ground and up behind him.
I would have been aiming for Ignis, but even so, I don't think that's going to hit. Oh, I am blessed.
Yes.
Oh, that's already counted in there, though.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I plugged it in there.
Ah, excellent. Okay,
Yeah.
so 13 would not hit Ignis, I'm afraid, no.
Absolute dog shit. Any bonus actions on me? You know what? I think I've just realised I can do my bonus action, 2-weapon fighting, and swing a whip at Iku's.
2 weapon fighting, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think everyone gets 2-weapon fighting with bonus the thing. And oh, what else am I going to do?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. That is unfortunately a miss, as you see... Wait, Iku's shadow. Iku hasn't got a shadow anymore, I meant.
Oh, never
Yeah.
mind that.
It kind of whips across the ground, but I mean, you could aim it at your one, but that would still be a miss, I'm afraid. Yeah, you kind of whip it around and an arc goes through... Well, Iku's is on the floor, just over flat, and it kind of comes around towards yours, and then you just ducks underneath it.
I'm trying whips as a thing. What do you think? Do you think it's me?
It's a surprise, but that you're full of surprises, so yes, it is you.
It's just wapa, you know?
Okay, then Igni can go ahead and try another go with this. We'll go for your one again, because it's nearly down, but it's going to get high. Oh, where is it? That one. Oof, not great at all. And that would be a miss as well. He says, damn, your shadow dances like really well. Maybe if you stand still, I'll be able to hit it.
Maybe. No, that would be really dumb.
Yeah, okay. So, speaking of standing still, the shadows immediately launch their sneak attack against you guys. Let's see. I'm going to do a quick bonus action stealth. That doesn't do shit. And then tries to drain... You know what? I'm going to drain back at Ignir. Because he's the only one who's actually hit it. So 16. It's a flank, so yes, it just barely hits him. He takes 4 points of necrotic damage, and his strength is reduced by a nasty d4. -3. I'm going to mark it there for now.
I'm a warlock.
Yeah, on a warlock. But that's not actually... It's terrible still, because if he gets to 0, which he's now on 9, then it could be very bad. And there's one about to do the same to him from behind. And we need to do that quick. Which would be a +2, 15. Ignis AC in passive perception. Yep, that's going to be a hit then, because he gets advantage on this one. What happens, basically, is these shadows will dance around the ground. They stretch up, wrap around behind like the pillar, and then come around from behind, almost like they go out of sight for just a split second, and then reappear, only to grab a hold of his leg. And it gets a hit with advantage, effectively. Which means now he's taken 13 points necrotic damage, and another -4. So he's on -7.
Are we just gonna kill him while he's away on a work call?
At this point, Ignir is choking, having a hard time breathing. You see one of his, like, set of his scales in his arm suddenly just falls away, revealing, like, actual muscle and tissue. He does not look good. Then it would be EQ's go. she's gonna rush around to Ignir. The best thing she could do in this moment. She's not in. Okay, she's just gonna heal him as best she could. It's 9 points back to Carrick. And it's going to be Artis Simba's go, who's obviously fighting out with his own shadow. And it'll be Revire straight after that. Oh my god. I think he finishes it though. Oh yeah. Aha! I've bested my inner demon. Alright. Okay, Revire. Your go.
Is this like whole thing lit up here? Or is it just the blue glowy thing in the middle that is?
Yeah, it kind of was this. It was kind of like glowing up the mist, so it was like a fog machine, kind of like when a light like shines through a fog machine. It's kind of like that effect.
Great.
But now it has dimmed down ever since Carrick cast Dispel Magic.
Okay,
So.
I would like to chuck myself over here then.
Okay. You can like hop over the sarcophagus.
Yep, great. And then go call and go.
That's a hit.
For the one just
That's 9 points of piercing. Stabs straight into it. You see the thing again sort of like shudder. Its head like cracks to the left, right. It's like weirdly sort of having this sort of shadowy spasm, but it's still alive.
Okay, not Colin. 16.
16, that's a miss. Wait, you got Bless.
Oh, I do. I do.
That'll make it a hit.
19.
And 6 points. It is on death's door, but it is just holding on barely, and it's still gripping a hold of Ignir's like leg as you're stabbing down into it.
Extra attack. 16.
That's just barely a miss, but with the Bless, I get another hit. Woo!
Yeah.
Alright, and with that, yeah, that'll do it. Stab down, cutting it free from Ignir's leg, and it starts to behave as a normal shadow should. Okay, and that will end your go. Dragonbait. Swinging around up here. That's a hit on the first one and a miss on the second. But literally one-shots it. Because it's undead. I think it's undead. Yep, shadows are undead. So you used to see this burst of light from up the top of the causeway. And Dragonbait looks down at the rest of you guys and probably starts to skid down the side. And tries to like land somewhere here. With Jason's go.
Okay.
Oh, he lands on his feet too.
Trying to hit myself seems strangely pointless. So, I'm going to use my blade song and dance over this way.
It suddenly gets yanked with you, Jason, as you pull yourself away. Good news is you don't provoke attacks of opportunity. Bad news is this thing ain't going anywhere. Like you can't get away from it. It is you. It dances just as fast and as quickly as you do.
Yes.
I guess though, Ignir, you would provoke an attack of opportunity. So like he could actually take a swing at it because you're moving it. So yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Woo! Oh, 20. Oh wait, with the bless. Iku, babe. That's gonna be a hit. And hold up, that is enough. So as it dances away, but you realise as it comes around to the very end, you see the shadow is actually headless, and it only just notices this as well, and collapses to the ground, and becomes your actual shadow.
Oh, nicely done. I guess you'll have some old chat.
Where you're going?
That makes things way easier.
Sorry?
I'm going to fire one at Carrick's shadow.
Okay.
Yep. 16.
Carrick is he going to need to use that bless?
Yes.
It's in there. Okay,
yeah.
that's a miss then. Oof, another bad roll.
Hmm.
Okay, that fires forward, and you see it kind of like almost like ricochet off as if it was wearing like some chainmail or plate, just like Carrick's. And I'm afraid that's not a hit. Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Sorry about that.
Just in time for your turn, I think.
So do I just quick? Do I know anything about these shadows before I go and try and strike them?
They seem to be unable to be hit whilst they're on the floor, but once they've kind of rose up and try to strangulate you, yes, you can totally try and hit them. But they have also drained your strength, Ignir. You feel weak. You feel, in fact, even just your basic armor is so heavy on you right now. You feel like you're being pulled to the ground just by the weight of it. And your sword in hand, yeah, is heavy as well.
Lovely. Then I will plant the sword in the ground and fire off 2 Eldritch Blasts just to see if anything could happen.
Okay. And you got... If you're aiming at the one next to Carrick, they're both hits.
Okay.
Back again. Alright, nice. 7 and 8. That's nasty. It's still alive, even though you've blasted chunks and holes through the shadow. They slowly begin to come back together, but you've definitely done some damage. It doesn't even look like Carrick's shadow anymore. Okay. Anything else? Any movement? Guess not, because that's up to you.
I'll stay there.
Okay, Carrick. What would Carrick like to try and do? Guess he could Sacred Flame it. He knows he has a bad dex. He's terrible at dodging things, so he's going to try and do that. Sacred Flame. No, he hasn't got Sacred Flame. This is not my cleric. Well,
I think we're deserted.
bummer. It's got Toll the Dead. We'll try it. Cool. Looks like it went through. Unfortunately, though, as he tries to wither away what flesh it would have, it seems to have no effect whatsoever. The shadow just remains trying to, like, wrestle with him. Okay, after that, we'll then... Yeah, it's going to go for an attack. On Carrick. Well, let's see what we get here. Strength, that's going to hit him. He takes 11 points of necrotic damage and reduced by 4. Oof. Feeling weak. Okay, you see kind of Carrick like coughing up. Some of his skin kind of flakes away. You see wrinkles like set into his face. And it'd be Iku's go. She's gonna come over to here. What can she do? She's gonna start to change shape. She needs to do something offensive, and to do that, she has to shift her form. You see a coiling serpent appear, and wings then sprout out from its back. And it'd be Artis Simba's go, who sees the commotion going on down there. He's going to try and take shots with his own Wait. Yeah, he's got his longbow. So he takes a moment to kind of like pull that out, draw it, aims towards the shadow, wrestling with Carrick, and fires. Miss, hit, and a hit as well. And I think that would be enough, even with it kind of resisting the damage, yeah. Okay, so this volley of arrows comes down, and as this shadow has still got 2 holes blasted through it from the Eldritch Blasts, he aims for any parts that are still intact, and the shadow kind of pushes away from Carrick, and you start to see it kind of fall away into motes, like inky motes that land onto the ground, spread across the floor, and form into his actual shadow once again. And that would end combat. Right there. Carrick's trying to catch his breath. Gasping. And you can see he's like trying to lift up the armor, like get back onto like a full posture. I think with his strength reduction of being that severe is actually kind of like weighing down on him.
Well, that sucked.
I guess we didn't touch it.
Well, technically we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't, but what happened to Rufus?
Oh, who knows? He's probably fine.
There's only so much you can torture that owl before it. Does it turn on you at some point?
I'm fairly sure he's an extension of myself, and my running theory is he's a part of myself that I absolutely hate. So.
Right. That makes it okay. No, actually, that's still not okay. You must love oneself, Jesse.
Yeah, well, you tell that to that bastard.
Sorry.
You tell that bastard to love himself.
Okay. The crystal is still just floating there. How creepy.
Should we maybe see if we can shake off the worst of these strength sapping effects, and then maybe come back and try a bigger, better dispelled magic?
You can roll an Arcana check, Jason.
Well, then I will. You want to ignore 4 of... you want to ignore...
Oh, yeah, so...
2 of those, sorry.
Alright, with certain magical effects, even if they're attached to, like, objects, if this thing is still floating, there is some semblance of magic in it. It didn't just fully go inert, and it's no longer, like, magical at all. And in that method, you understand that this use of Dispel Magic has actually only temporarily suspended it. And that after a short period of time, you know that perpetual magic can return and resume whatever it was doing.
That's some potent voodoo.
Yes. And it being as powerful as that, if it's not just fully nullified by one spellcast, you must realize that this was cast by a very powerful, perhaps even, I guess, what's the word? Knowledgeable, highly intelligent individual must have been able to control this and warp it to do its bidding. And I guess the fact that Carrick described a wave of necromancy emanating from it, undeath now reversed, you get the sense that what this was used for was probably to, when you look around the empty caskets, it's probably used to raise the bodies in the first place.
Oh. Well, the good news is the necromancer's still here.
Is that news?
Well, in a way, because then we can fulfill our obligation to Snakeface.
We have just been touching his stuff.
Yes, very true. Also, good news is we can't really do anything about this crystal, so we shouldn't. Is there anything else interesting about this room? Is this kind of a dead end, or?
Rest of the tunnels look like they may have collapsed when the top half of the city was teleported away. So I'm going to say no for the most part. You do see just a faint kind of area of where steps may have been, but they just lead up to the flooded walkways.
And the shadows, they've left no trace whatsoever.
The shadows haven't left much of a trace, no. The only thing you kind of look around the room trying to decipher who or what did this, you kind of look back at the crystal and where it stopped spinning but still floating, it kind of just, it's the shape of a triangle, a blue triangle. That's the only hint I'm going to give you. Other than that, no.
Can I roll history on that triangle?
Yeah, you can.
Or would it be religion?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's more...
I feel like it's a religion thing.
Yeah, you can do either.
Okay.
You'll get a different answer depending on which.
I feel like it's more of a religion thing.
Yep. Okay.
Well...
12?
So, I definitely turned off that thing.
Okay.
It's even...
Yeah, let me just quickly... The only thing you're remembering, and it's a real stretch, because it's what was it? You got like a... What did you get on the roll? It's 12, yeah.
Would have been 9, truth be told.
Oh, truth. Okay. It's a real stretch then. Blue, you're in an ancient city. The only thing you can think of is the Blue Age. The Blue Age was supposedly it's supposed to bring around the end of the world, effectively. The Blue Age was known as ushering in the Shadow Epoch, where the sun would be swallowed, devoured by Dendar, the Night Serpent, and plunging, well, all of Faerun and Toriel into darkness and freezing temperatures. Hence the blue, I guess. Blue meaning representing like ice and cold.
Fimbulwinter.
Yes, eternal winter. That's the only thing you can really extrapolate. But you're like I'm wondering what the significance is of it being a triangle, but that's you're only kind of picking up on the blue part. And that's that's kind of a stretch.
The good news is I'm not sure, so there's a decent chance that none of that's true. And then I'd like to check these caskets for anything significant.
It looks as though there may have actually been some treasure in them. You can roll an investigation check.
Ooh.
Can I assist him with that?
Can you what now? What? Assist. Oh yes.
Can I assist? Either make my own roll or give him advantage.
Yep. Yeah, you can give him advantage. You see Jason looking from casket to casket, and you kind of go around in the opposite direction, and you find among them you do find collection of coins as well as trinkets, urns, anything that may have been of worth have been buried along with these old Choltian warriors. A lot of their blades have been rusted from time. But let's see here. 1 second. I tell you what, you can roll me a D100 for that check.
What's that?
Sorry, what quick question?
Yep.
just because I knew I'd heard that before. I had to go look through my the blue triangle, the ghouls that had chewed up the supplies at the bottom of the shipwreck had blue triangles on the top of their heads as well.
Damn, the kudos to you, because that is some...
I knew it!
That is a big search through the notes.
Dendar is not a common name, and it's highlighted, and I was like, that's probably important at some point. Blue triangles, that's weird. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well done. Yes, that is a thing. Blue triangles on the ghouls' foreheads of the ones that you found. Yeah. And that makes sense. There is empty caskets, undead with blue triangles on their heads. You kind of put two and two together.
Oh, do you think they were made here?
I think it'd be too much of a coincidence if they were.
I must say, Revaya, your skills as an archaeologist are coming on in leaps and bounds.
Thank you. I'm taking tips from you. How's my stance looking?
We'll have to get you a whip, but yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll say that you find 130 gold pieces and there's some rusty kind of weapons and such. I'll say, in fact, let's go to a bit more than that. Loot. Hold on a minute.
Did you roll something obscenely good, so now you need to re-roll it?
No, you rolled something so pitiful that I'm feeling bad and giving you a bit more. It's the opposite. But yeah, I'm going to just quickly go and give you a nice little random generator. And treasure. Let's do one. Treasure.
Do like treasure.
Individual CR3. Treasure hoard. There you go. You find another 200 copper pieces, 900 silver pieces. There's a banded agate worth 10. It's a couple of like gems here and there, like an eye agate worth another 10. 2 hermatites worth 10. Some malachite worth 10 gold pieces. And there does seem to be one thing. There's a lot of broken bottles in here, and either they've been smashed from when the thing opened and they like emerged, or perhaps from just the weather pouring down and filling them up. And either way, most of the kind of the treasures would have been rusted away or broken. But among them, you do find one little urn that has a firm stopper on the top that seems intact, and you can hear a liquid inside sloshing around.
I give it a sniff.
Okay, you uncork it, and you feel emboldened. You feel almost braver in that one moment as you uncork it and sniff its contents. It's got the scent of...
It's whiskey.
Yeah, exactly. It does smell alcoholic, yeah, slightly. Now, those are some of the gems. I'm going to put, what was it? 900 silver pieces, 200 copper pieces. And as you kind of think to yourself, Jason, these were once warriors, perhaps. Powerful, strong heroes that died in that war against the Ashau. Perhaps they had something to, pluck up the courage in the heat of battle. Perhaps something to epitomize their heroic nature.
Magic whips?
No, I'm talking about the drink.
Worth a pop. Okay. It's some kind of at a guess, I would say it's a potion that dispels or otherwise prevents one. Either that or it's a sexual performance enhancer. But
God damn it. Oh no.
So how many coffins are there here?
Okay. There is a few. Good change of subject. There is a few. I would say there's many as you can see on the very map you're looking at. However, as you're all climbing back out and looking across the area in Schultz, you notice this isn't just the only catacomb across Mesro. Oh no. There are lots. Many. Many, many catacombs.
You said there was some like open wine cellars as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Can go have a route round in one of them.
You certainly can. Alright. Let's do that. Let's...
Need more of those heroic feeling potions.
See what we can find. Ancient booze.
If you want this one, I'm definitely not going to use it.
Oh, I just want to be nosy.
Igna, you strike me as someone who's lacking for company.
I think I'll be all right for now, but I appreciate that.
There's no shame in it, you know. We all have trouble from time to time.
Unbelievable.
Walking away.
Unbelievable. But yeah, sure. You pass it on. Just put potion of something. Question mark. Sex performance potion, yes. Whatever you feel comfortable putting on your character sheet, you put that. Just make a note of it so you know and remember what it is. Alright. As Ravaya goes around looking for something to drink to cast out those shadows. Alright, that is going to be an investigation check. You find many a wine cellar and you're rooting around the racks, spotting something.
I am so good at investigation.
I know what, Ika will give you a helping hand. I think I need a drink as well.
And the grey's looking good in your hair though.
Yeah.
That's nice.
She looks up. Oh no. Is it? What? Have I gone grey?
Like a little bit. It's good. It's nice. It's okay. You can pull it off. It's fine.
Maybe it will go away when I have a rest, but thank you. Yes, I'd be failing as a guide if I didn't help my my captain root around and explore. So let's see what we find. You find let's see, one. You can roll a d4 +1. You find 3 bottles of Steinhammer ale. Now this stuff is good. You've heard of Steinhammer before. They've gone across the kingdoms. In fact, you've heard that they're the 12th. On the label itself, it says the 12th best, the 12th best brew in all of the multiverse.
Wow, that's a real tagline they've got going there.
And
Great.
so you find like 3 bottles of that stuff, and let's see what else. You know what? There's plenty of kind of cheap wine here and there. Some of it's kind of smells like it's been opened and then corked back up. And you notice actually with your 19, there are some recent disturbances in this wine cellar. You can tell where barrels have been rolled out and they've left like grooves. You can tell only the cheap and crap stuff has actually been left. You're lucky enough to find these. I'd say you find them in a deep corner somewhere in like a chest you have to like unpack. But it looks like someone's been through here and raided a lot of these wine cellars already, and only the cheap crap stuff's open. In fact, you can actually see some empty bottles like lying around the floor, and it's unlikely that people would just come into their cellars, drink wine and leave bottles. Someone has already found this wine cellar after the city's been yanked away. And let's say with a 19, because they were drunk, yeah, 100%, you would see some actual clues as to who these people were. You find a small emblem, like a token or maybe it's like a badge of some sort, and it has a fist with a fire kind of coalesced around it.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Dickheads took all the good stuff.
So you're telling me they came down here into this haunted vault, meandered on past this gem, and had a jolly good knees up.
This is elsewhere in the city. It's not like connected to the catacomb. But yeah, you do notice that the Flaming Fist have definitely been through here and picked up a few booze. But there's one last thing I'd like to add with that 19. There is, as you're walking past one of the wine cellars, I'd say it's like a different one. You're kind of going through the ale, and you find another wine cellar, and you're going through the cheap stuff. And as you're walking across one of the floorboards, you hear it kind of like creak, and there's like a slight cracking noise to the floorboard as your weight is pushed on it.
I would like to lift that up if I can.
Okay, yeah, you realize this rotted wood conceals a hidden little, what's it called? It's a hatch. Inside, you see a wine box, like wooden, and there's a sliding door to it. And as you slide it open, you do see a perfectly preserved bottle of wine. It looks elvish at first, like just the bottle itself and the stopper. But you can roll me a. Do you speak Elvish or Sylvan or anything?
I speak Elvish, yeah. I'm an elf.
Yeah, it does look like there's an Elvish script on it, but it's complete gobbledygook to you. Like all the letters are rearranged in weird patterns. It's like reading French if you're English, right? You can recognize the letters, but it makes no sense as to what it means.
I'd like to turn it upside down and see if that helps.
It
You
doesn't.
cracked it.
It still makes no sense. In fact, it's even harder to read now.
I'm pretty sure it says in the Dungeon Master's Guide that Sylvan is just Elfish but upside down. I'm pretty sure it says that.
You're having me on.
No.
You're having me on.
Me?
I mean,
Never. I won't have it said.
I'm not very smart, okay?
there's a small little picture on the front, and as you look at it carefully, it seems to be like a little cottage within a wondrous grove. But as you strain your eyes really carefully, it looks like that cottage has legs, chicken legs.
Oh god. I mean, I would know what that is. But I guess I saw Sylvan in the old lady's hut. I could guess this is like something not too normal.
Right.
Booze-wise.
Yeah, for sure. You've never seen a bottle like it.
I'm absolutely taking it with me though.
Alright. You can put down strange Sylvan wine or something in your character sheet. Yeah.
Know what we're doing later.
Yep. You're asking Ignir what the hell it says. That's what.
Oh god, yeah. Ignir, I can't read. I can read, but not this.
I mean, I was gonna say, I was pretty sure you were literate.
Yeah, just not in this. So if you could help, that'd be great. I just don't want it to say poison.
What is the bottle say on it? If I take a look, gander.
Okay. This is a Dancing Hut special. It is made of the finest emberries harvested by the Queen Una's fairies herself in the Gloom Glen, deep within God's Fair Forest. It is then mixed together and filtered through the finest of Resdin the Satyr's barrels, and added with a special bitter blossom touch. And it'll have you dancing as much as the hut itself. and that's all like a quote, and it says at the bottom like like a dash, as if it was quoted by the Bone Mother, Baba Yaga, the Witch Queen.
Dancing hotline.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a pretty decent haul. I'm not mad at this.
Crossover. But yeah, you've got some wine, and it's extra
I don't know.
special
It
wine.
smells a bit referential to me.
No, it's the best wine ever.
It's got a kind of, I don't know, meta-narrative taste to it.
Oh. If you don't want it, I'll take it back.
Oh no. Keep it.
All right, cool. All right then. So that's what your little investigation comes up with. 19 was pretty good. I thought give you something interesting there. All right, now what else is happening? God, you know what? I forgot the whole fight. Yeah, Vaughn. Yeah. So Vaughn didn't want to go down there at the risk of not being able to get back up because it is quite steep and slippery. But yeah, Vaughn's still around. He's looking after the boat. But I think is Ian around? Is Ian here?
Gonna be on soon.
Okay, soon. All right, I'm waiting for him.
Oh,
Trying to buy time. I'm trying to buy time in a fashion because after finding that crystal.
What else can we root around in while we're here?
It's a good question.
Buy some time.
It's a good question. Let me find out.
Anyone have anything weird in their basement?
Boy, do I.
God. Yeah, let's hear a story about what Jason keeps in his basement.
There once was a slave named... No.
God. Sorry. That comes later in the module. Alright, let's see. Okay. Okay, interesting. You do find something kind of odd as you're kind of rooting around the underside, the undercity. You do see that there are some weird tubes. Now, you're in the undercity. You can imagine there'd be like a way to filter out waste and such for so many people, and the waterways would be one kind of such way. But then you've got the awkward case for what is it like VNS? What not VNS? Venice. Venice, that's the one. I was so close. I was like, what? Venice? That's not right. Venice, yeah. You got the problem with Venice where it just like stinks of shit everywhere, and it's not great. It's not good. You don't want people just pooping into the river. That's not good. But you do see these kind of tubes going through, all the way through some sections and then out another. Some of them look broken, but others look like they're actually intact. You could investigate those though if you wish.
Yeah, but root through the sewers.
Not really my strong suit, that one.
Alright.
Iku, do you want to come with me again, maybe, please?
She says, I have not seen these before, but I think I heard about these. They were trying to... Yes, I think they were trying to install these within Port Nyanzaru as well. This was... Just gonna roll an Arcana check real quick. Let's have a look. Nope. I swear I saw someone laying out designs for them in Port Nyanzaru. I'm pretty sure they're just for like waste pipes though. A better way for hygiene. But
Ooh. I think I've got a plan. Sorry to interrupt, but finish your thing about sewage pipes.
no, it's fine.
Well, am I the only one who kind of feels like we've got here and now we're just sort of rummaging around looking for either a necromancer to show up or some sort of plan of action to announce itself? And really, we've got half a solution here, this spell scroll. What if good old Carrick scried on the other half of the scroll? Surely it would bear enough of resemblance to this one that we should be able to scry on it.
Can you scry on objects?
I think he has locate object, yes?
But that one's only 1,000 feet, I think.
Oh.
He and I were discussing this the other day. The whole locate object spell. I don't just know that offhand.
Well then, I'll pipe down.
Ah, see what you did there. Pipes, tubes.
I mean, we could always try it if it happens to be nearby. But I have a sneaking suspicion that someone made off with the other half. Unintentionally or intentionally.
Okay. Do you want to try it?
Yes, if Carrick's down to burn the spell slot. Otherwise we're sort of hanging out in the wind.
Okay. Alright, so if he casts it as a ritual, doesn't need to spend anything, but he's not picking up on anything immediately in any particular direction. But you'd have to kind of walk around as like a, what's it called? Dowsing. Like he's like become a dowsing machine. So he could sort of start to maneuver around the city, and I guess because it's kind of magical in nature, sometimes he's feeling like it's rippling off of other magical sources. And although he doesn't find a direction or a ping in his mind, he does seem to find, like, I can roll him just a perception check real quick, because it's like almost like echolocation, and it kind of bounces off other magical things and magical objects. Perhaps it's not detect magic, but it's locating magical things. So regardless, he's kind of keeping an eye out for it, and he kind of gets a sense that there's something within those huge tubes that have already been mentioned previously. He says, it's not the scroll, but there's something magical in nature around here. It's coming from those. And he kind of points to one of the large tubes. Don't know what it could be. Could be dangerous. You say that they were going to be built in Port 9 Zaro? Iku? She says, yes. And then it's like, well, why would they make use of ancient technology? I mean, like, if it was old, it would be, like, outdated, right? But I guess if it's something magical, well, then that supersedes any technology.
I mean, it makes sense. If it's old but it still works, then it still works.
Okay.
Wheels aren't going out of fashion anytime soon.
Right. Are we going to investigate it then?
Well, I'm personally down, but you know me, I'm always up for a suicide mission.
Let's go have a look, see what we can find.
Okay. In that case, you guys have to climb up into this tube, and you're able to stand up in this thing. It's about 10 foot on a side, so it makes it a 5 foot radius. Yeah, thinking about it. Yeah, it's 5 foot radius, 10 foot diameter tube, and as you're kind of moving along, it seems to be made of kind of like a metal sort of like a bronze or perhaps brass type metal. It's kind of dulled and become muddied because it's underground, but where the rain has kind of poured on it and cleaned it, some of the exterior piping is quite shiny in nature. But you do start to descend into this pipe, and it's fairly straight. It's like level with the rest of the underground, and there's not much in the pipe other than just a few trickles of water that seem to be running out, and there's no light in here, so those with dark vision can see fine for up to 60 feet, and the rest of you guys are getting...
120.
Yeah, all that. Forget that much. Okay, you do see there's like a bend to the pipe coming up as you're kind of walking down, and at that bend you start to see the sunlight fade away because you're going around. The sunlight hasn't got much of a way to get around here. And for the rest of you guys who haven't got dark vision, probably going to be pitch black at this point. You can all make perception checks though. Disadvantage for those who haven't really got anything. Yeah, that's not particularly amazing.
I shouldn't be rolling with disadvantage. I don't know why I rolled it twice.
Oh.
I have dark vision.
Okay.
At the 60 feet.
So, I'll roll character disadvantage as well. Where is he? Disadvantage. It's not bad, you know, even with disadvantage. Probably because he's got this... He's still very much focused on his locate object, and he kind of sensed something magical in here in the first place. He says, do you hear that? It's a kind of a rushing water. Something in here is like... I don't know. The pipes can't be in use. There's no chance in that, right, Iku? And she's busy trying to like listen in to that as well. She only got a 10. I don't quite hear it. Carrick says it's like a bubbling, rushing water, but Ignea and... Sorry, not Ignea, I guess... Yeah, none of you really see it. Either way, it seems to be coming down the pipe ahead of you, and it's coming closer. Whatever it is, it's coming down this pipe. What do you guys do?
Well, there's no room to maneuver either side. We can't like get out the way or hide.
Not particularly, no.
Then it's probably worth running the other way.
Okay. So you...
Better part of valor. Sounds good.
Alright. In that case, you start running the other way, and at this point, as you turn to start running, you do hear... Everyone starts to hear it at this point. This gurgling, like roiling water starts to... You can hear it behind you, and as you kind of turn around, Ravaya, you just start to see just the trickle of waves coming like some 120 foot away, and it is... Yeah, okay, you do hear it and see it at this point, this kind of wave like tumbling over each other. It's this frothy, foamy substance, and you start running out of the pipe all the way, and as you're dashing, it seems to be catching up at quite a speed. Let me just check exactly what speed. And Jasin, as you're hearing the frothing and roiling, you actually recognize it as a language.
Oh.
Because you can speak primordial.
Hmm.
Yes, you can. Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, this thing's moving really fast, 180 foot around, so it is catching up to you, and fast. You come around back through the bend, and you see the daylight ahead of you, but it's some like 400 feet away. As you're rushing towards it, you can hear it catching up, Jason, and it is saying something like, "Oh, scavengers, be gone. There will be no more thievery of my city."
Good news and bad news. Good news, it can talk. Bad news, I think it hates us. But let me try. I cleared my throat. My Aquin's not what it used to be, but let's give this a pop. Dear kind and watery sir, I think you'll find we are not scavengers, but adventurers, archaeologists in fact, looking to learn what we can and to not take a thing from this fine city. If anything, we would like to see it restored to its former glorious state.
Okay. As you turn to sort of announce this, you see that it is actually caught up to you surprisingly fast, and it rushes up, rears up in front of you. These bulging muscles of a water elemental appear, and a head emerges, and its eyes observe you. This frothing, foaming face is speaking aloud and says, and also you can roll a persuasion check for that as well.
Normal?
16 is not bad. You see its fists kind of raise up, and then they sort of lower slightly. Is that so? Then why? Why do I see you going around the cellars? You're no better than the ones before you.
Oh, we're actually cleaning up their mess. Look, we took the wine bottle that they left here.
And if you're not scavengers, perhaps you're like the necromancers. He notices your spellbook on your side. Wizards. Turns to Ignir. Warlocks. You think you can trick me? I know you're kind.
When you say necromancers, do you mean the red wizards? Are they here, or is there one particular necromancer? What was his name again?
Red. Not red. If anything, blue.
Yeah, there's a few of the red ones kicking around, and you should keep an eye on. But the blue triangle guy, that's what was his name?
So you are in league with him?
No. We're here to kill him.
His demeanor changes slightly, and you see it kind of lower back down. Its bulbous fists kind of shrink to the size of much less intimidating, and says, If you are who you say you are, what proof is there that you are going to kill him? Besides, you cannot kill that which has already risen back.
I mean, you say that, but we actually killed a lich not too long ago. And it was surprisingly easy, let me tell you. Proof.
More of like a permanent timeout. Maybe not so much as a kill.
Yes, you're right. It is hard to kill them, but what with the death curse and stuff, it's actually easier now than ever. You could say it's open season on liches.
Death curse? What?
Yeah, some dark entity named Asarak, I think, has put a curse over the land. So anyone who dies has their soul drawn into something called the soul monger, and those who have been resurrected fall very ill and die for good that time.
We're searching for it, but we need
proof.
to finish off this necromancer before
Yes, I know.
we find out where it is.
And the proof being, we were actually sent here by a guardian Naga. And I'd show.
Oh, the
We
scales.
have the scales that protect us from scrying magic. These were her tokens, his tokens, its tokens. Hard to say. I didn't really get a good look at the plumbing, but
Always with the plumbing.
As it happens, I am a plumber. What's so funny? It's an important job.
It's good.
No.
It's good work.
I completely believe you.
It's a respectable profession.
Absolutely, and surprisingly lucrative. They always say, go and be an academic. At least you won't be a plumber. But some of the plumbers I went to school with are on way more than I am.
Exactly.
And yes, it's good, honest, and you can work anywhere. Having a trade is a very undervalued skill.
At least I was. That until the city departed. These water tubes, they are used to maintain a flow of fresh water. And they used to
Not
flush...
fresh water.
Well, you notice that Mesra is actually connected to the sea. And that would be salt water if that was the case. And that would mix in, but the river is fresh water. So it's kind of got both sources. So it's used to flush out
like
the salt water and maintain a steady flow of the river water, which would be the fresh. And it says, "My name is Rua Amanzif,
Well, Rua,
the living wave."
It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Wave. I am Yasin Silvermane. This is the Last Resort Company. This is our captain, Revia. Carrick, he's the brains of the operation. Ignir, I guess you could say he's the style.
It was once my duty to help confused citizens. But now, the only thing that roams around here are pillagers, raiders, and that awful necromancer. He has not returned for many, many years, though.
Oh, he's out, you say?
He is nowhere, and yet his presence still stains this place.
Well, that is irksome.
It filthies my waters. That energy, whatever it is, it seeks to warp life.
Well, is there anything we can do to help?
Destroy those crystals.
Oh, the crystals. That would make sense. Do you have any advice on how to do that? Because, well, a friend of mine tried touching one and it didn't go well.
The same fate befell Mimiri. She was a beautiful, watery female. She took the form of a female, rather. But, of course, we're elementals. We don't really have a gender. Still.
Yes, no.
Look, you can identify as whatever you want, Rua.
Exactly. She enjoyed hearing tales of daring do-gooders. She was fiercely protective of her city. She wished to try and cleanse this evil, but life was sapped away. She could not release the crystal. Someone The Bahari Blue tried to pull it from her grasp. And it could not.
Bahari Blue?
Yes, another of my kind.
Oh.
He was proud and boastful. He enjoyed hearing tales of strength and justice. He tried to be the hero. And as Mimiri withered away, he then found himself stuck to the crystal, his own life force sapped. Do not touch the crystals. And
Well,
you realize now, just out of game, that if any of the players had grabbed it, they would have been stuck to them and unable to remove it, and it would have just drained you away turn by turn. And not just that, it would have made more shadows as well, which is really bad. But you sent your owl, Rufus, to do it, which was probably a smart move in the first place, but you did avoid a nasty danger doing so.
Well, I'm very sorry, my plumber friend, but well, I'm sorry for your loss. Have you, in the intermittent years, stumbled on another way that we could maybe destroy these crystals?
I have not. Else I would have destroyed them myself years ago.
Of course.
Did that I wasn't able to stick around for it, but did the dispel kick off anything, or
It actually also that would have also worked against the encounter if someone had grabbed a hold of it. Dispelling the magic would have let the crystal be able to peel away from the skin, but it did actually make the encounter like probably 5 times easier than what it would have been. So
Damn.
yeah, that did actually help.
Excellent.
It didn't, however, destroy the crystal.
It does. It
didn't destroy it.
No.
Okay.
It's still chilling.
An Arcana check revealed that it was only suspending the magic, and that aura would emanate again after perhaps a few minutes.
And did we try hitting it super hard?
That was gonna be that was gonna be Revire's first instinct, but no, he never got around to doing that. He says, "I saw myself. I witnessed the undead rise. The once heroes of forgotten wars walked from their graves and meandered into the jungle. He has desecrated my people, their resting place."
Well, if you don't mind, I think we're going to have to go and try and hit this crystal. Unless anyone has any better ideas.
But really hard, you know?
Yeah, like, real good whap.
I shall observe this feat.
Maybe we could I could cast augury and find out if this is a really bad idea or not.
You could, yeah. It's not a bad shout.
This might be what this, or if it would be successful if hitting it.
Yeah, it's a course of action you're about to undertake, which is smashing crystal.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. You cast augury. The bones fall to the ground, and they begin to spark and clatter against the metal tubing, bouncing around, which is, as you take it, an affirmative yes. It is possible to destroy them.
Okay. Cool. Who do we feel? Ravaya, do you feel like you want to give this a proper? Do you think you have to hit it with a range thing, or do you have to?
I'd like to try that first.
Okay.
Before I get too close. We need to smash it. Smash it.
I shall observe, but I fear to witness the same fate before my kin. Be careful. Okay. So
I feel like we're missing something. There's just the one crystal that we can see right here?
You've seen one for sure, but there are a number of catacombs that you haven't yet searched through. But as you step up to the edge again, you still see that same glow is building back up slowly, and it is rotating again, but a much slower pace than what it was. So it is returning back to its aura, but you can shoot it in. Give it a shot. Let's see what you use. So yeah, tell me which arrow you're using as well.
We are going to use a +1 newly purpled arrow.
Excellent. Go right ahead.
Before you go shooting at this willy-nilly, just in case this does...
Is that what we're calling it? We're calling it a willy-nilly?
Yes, but willy-nilly, the purple arrow. The little purple prick, if you will.
Sorry, what?
How about if we could spend some time? I could prepare a shatter spell, which would probably go a long way against a crystal. And we don't know if this is going to cause more of those bastard shadows to drop out. And Carrick, I don't know if you have got anything that could help you, like, illuminate the place. I don't know if they work like, actual shadows, but I don't know.
Light. But I mean, that doesn't seem very exciting.
Oh, Ignir and
like
Carrick
daylight?
took a bit of a beating before.
I just think something bright would help.
Hmm.
Maybe. I don't know. Do I get the impression that, like...
Yeah.
Like
You
a bright
still,
light.
you still actually, believe it or not, the shadows were kind of more intense when the light was dispelled from the blue gem.
So it works the opposite way.
No, I mean, the more light, the more diminished the shadows are.
Right.
But I guess you're right. You can only have shadows if there is light. So
Yeah. So I don't know. Just maybe.
Yeah, I don't
We
have
can
it
hold off.
today. But like I could put some daylight out there, but not today.
Well, I could throw down a tiny hut and we can grab Nicolas Cage and the smelly dinosaur and
Oh, but I think but then it's slowly building back up. I'm worried about that.
Okay, fair enough.
What what's the worst thing that could happen from shooting a magical arrow at it?
Stop it.
you know what you know, Garrett. You're the one who cast augury. It was a good thing. Your gods wouldn't lie, or would they?
That's true.
I am your god. All right, so go ahead and fire that arrow. And
I'll really, just because I want this to go off, bless Yasin, Ignir, and Revive.
Okay, cool.
Alright, just gonna suggest that everyone takes a little bit of cover just in case this goes absolutely arse over tits.
And I guess in this moment, Iku can try to aid you. I guess not at the spell aid, but rather like take the help action, just so that you're getting your hit with advantage. She says, "You have all the time in the world to make this shot. Just take your time, aim."
Okay.
And fire.
Let's go.
Breathe out as you release the arrow. Yeah, okay, so 28 is definitely a hit. Or, sorry, 27 plus.
I do also have like double advantage, so could I roll in case I crit on it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just gonna roll a d20. No, but
Okay.
20.
100% a hit. Yep, you've hit. Roll damage for it. And I'm going to have to go figure out what's happened to my iTunes. Yeah, it's like crashed or something. Anyway, alright, so 10 points of piercing damage. In fact, that is a lot. Oof. Alright. You see the arrow impact the gem, and it spins around erratically, but it seems to like try to float back into place from where it was. and you see as it kind of rotates and slowly comes back to a standstill, you notice there is a massive crack fissuring all the way up one side of the gem.
Okay. Since I technically get 2 attacks, can I aim for the crack?
You can.
In the
yeah.
gem?
Aim for the crack with your purple arrow. With your willy-nilly.
Chris.
Oh God. Okay.
Chris.
Oh, what? You started it.
Chris.
All right.
We're not doing phrasing.
Okay, that's a hit as well. And I guess because your second attack, you get to also add Gloomstalker.
Yes.
Excellent. 4. And so that's a
11.
11. Okay, the second arrow strikes true right on the pressure point where you're trying to aim. Shatters into pieces. As it does, you see a shadow suddenly spread wings, hurtle towards you, and you see the face of Rufus, but this ghastly, elongated, stretched shadow variant of him, and this hawk-like, razor-sharp beak comes towards you and is about to encompass you, and it dissipates, letting out this screeching owl noise as it does, and it just barely dies out before it reaches you.
Right. Let's go find these other crystals.
Do we look over at the water at Rua, the water elemental, and see if he's like impressed?
He folds his arms and is nodding at the same time as that arrow shattered.
The kind of
The
like
crystal.
upwards head nod thing,
No.
like, what's up?
So I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but you're telling me you've been here for heaven knows how long, and you haven't once. I was expecting more, if honestly. Like, you could have maybe thrown a brick at it and achieved the same. No?
Try throw a brick at it. See what happens.
It's not there
Well,
anymore.
Does it need
Yeah,
to
it's-
be maybe a magic brick?
If it
Maybe it has to
was-
be magical.
Exactly.
I see. Well,
We only had mundane
Now-
willy-nillys.
oh,
Yours.
Don't be so hard on your willy nillys. I'm sure your willy
renaming my
nillys are
arrows.
just fine.
okay, you big wet legend, you. Try pointing us in the direction of the rest of these here gems, and we'll nilly some willies.
I shall guide you. It's quicker to travel by tube, by the way.
I mean, we've got a boat, and if you wouldn't mind
But of
pushing it
course,
along,
that is
that could
what
be
I
pretty
was
cool.
made for. So yeah, you get the Boaty McBoatface out, and you
How
are
big are these tubes?
you're whisked
Say it.
up in the tube, and it takes you through the undercity of Mesro. And
I just I want how wide are the tubes?
they're 10 foot wide.
Then I don't know.
There be a gap. Do we have to mind the gap?
Yes.
I like it.
Mind the gap.
It's probably a bit too narrow for its full form, but
Please.
Boaty McBoatface is up and running.
All right. Well, yeah, the wave kind of carries you, lifting the boat. You don't even have to row. You're just able to sort of sit back, kick back, relax, as this boat takes you on a little, like a love tunnel adventure through the city. And as you do, you fire +1 arrows, shooting crystals out. I'm not going to make you roll for all of them, but I'm going to say it takes the better part of a whole half a day to do this, getting from one to another. And I'll say that you're able to retrieve your magical +1 arrows after you've shattered them, because
Brilliant.
once it's done, there's no danger. You can go around, pick them back up. And yeah, you've shattered every crystal within Mesro. Each time you notice a devoid, empty sarcophagus or entombed. Yeah, it's like every body rose up and has walked out.
How many crystals were
Let's say 9 in total. 9 catacombs across the whole city.
Okay.
9.
Carrick would ask Rua during one of the longer stretches of just to awkward silence of this wave pushing along the boat. If he had anybody in Mesro that when the city disappeared, that he was friends with.
I remember many, but they have all long since faded in memory. There were leaders, yes. The Beret, the Chosen of Upteo. Those I remember.
But anyone that you were friends with, or that you wanted to, because we've got a very inefficient system of communication set up. We're communicating with slowly with the city. Did we tell you the city's still around?
I don't think it's been mentioned.
Oh.
Yeah. But he has kind of said that before the city was taken away, sort of thing. But it seems as though it was done in a panic. I was left behind.
Oh.
Oh no.
I bet they are missing you terribly. If I know anything about the Githyanki, their plumbing is very subpar. They just let it drift right out into the astral sea. It's disgusting. They're foul, nasty creatures.
That's why the mind flayers are trying to wipe them out, because they're just a blight on astral sea. Just
That's it. Githyanki don't even wipe. That's what I hear.
Oh, you can't even just walk out in the astral sea anymore without just getting it on your shoe. It's a nightmare. And there's fines and there's fines, but people just ignore it.
Yep.
Screw the nebulous winds that drive you insane. The worst part is getting hit by a floating turd in the middle of subspace. Yeah. Yes, I remember Dalmas. I remember Fipya. I remember Ras Nasi, the exiled. And I remember Alessander Ray Burton. She was a kind soul. And at this point, I guess, you remember my wife. She was one of the Chosen of Upteo. Yes. She would have been likely one of the ones organizing the evacuation. It's nice to know that she was thought of highly, even by yourself, lowly plumber. I mean, useful plumber. Yes, well. Regardless, they have all long since gone. I've not seen them for hundreds of years. And I guess as you go around destroying the last crystal, Carrick, you're seeing the rest of these crystals didn't really shatter with shadows emanating from. Actually, one of them did, but we won't go into that massive encounter. We'll say that one of the shadows that emanates from it looked like that of a raider, or one. In fact, even the water elemental would mention it and say, the raiders, they tried to touch one of these crystals. It did not end well for them. Unfortunately, it sapped more life than was expected. And you see this one shadow actually remains, and instead of like flying towards you, it is like clambering up the side, coming towards the party. Almost like this whole soul has been stolen from it.
Ooh.
And I'm gonna guess that you rained down all manner of hellfire on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll turn undead or whatever, all the things.
Mm-hmm. All the things, indeed.
Guiding bolt.
Actually, believe it or not, Toll the Dead did nothing to it. So you kind of panic a moment later and then fire off a guiding bolt, and that will definitely vanquish it.
No, I said turn undead.
Oh, turn undead. My bad. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that definitely works. You see the creature like rear back in fear, and you're easily able to kind of dispatch it. But it seems odd. Not all the crystals had those shadows appear from it. It's almost like it stole the life force of something to create a shadow of it.
So anything that maybe touched, yeah, okay.
Exactly.
That clocks with with evil Rufus popping out.
It did. Unfortunately, Rufus only had 1 HP, so it didn't get very far with that. But you guys saw this one red like flaming fist soldier seems to. He took a few hits before he went down, but the guiding bolt would definitely be a finisher.
I wonder what would have happened if we'd had Vorn bop one. I think no use switching horses mid stride, since Revi is doing such a bang out job. But we wouldn't want an evil. We don't need to risk Vorn, but
and
as that evil Vorn, that sounds awful.
Nothing.
As that last crystal is shattered, Carrick, you are getting an incoming message. A sending spell. From far, far to the west. Sorry?
From our friend Orlanga, the Guardian?
Yes, it is I, Saja. Now, I sense an evil has been lifted from the land. You have done well, but Ras Nasi must still be at large.
Didn't the water elemental just refer to Ras Nasi as the exile?
Yes.
Okay. I'll reply back to her. Yeah, we have not cited our necromancer, but nor have we found Mesro, but we have tried to restore it to some of its former non-undead stuff.
For that, I am grateful. You have proven yourselves loyal. You wish to still learn of the ancient city, the location of Omu, yes?
Very much.
Omu lies to the west of the Peaks of Flames, but to the east of the Valley of Lost Honor. However, to reach such a perilous location, you must seek out the Arakokra of Kursabal. There, you will find allies. They can help you reach your final destination. Kursabal lies south of where you lie, the east side of the river Olang. Past the, past Needle's Bones, but before Nangalore. And
we have it on our map, actually.
That'll definitely be more than 25 letters or words, but it's fine. She does. Yeah. She's able to cast a number of times.
She's very powerful.
Oh yeah, she's a Guardian Naga. And I can finally plonk Omu onto your map for you.
We got to go and make some birdie friends first.
Oh, we were so close to it.
Yeah, you were.
If only we'd gotten a little bit lost.
It's true. It's very true.
Whoops.
Is there like a contingency for that in the book if people just kind of accidentally find it?
Yeah, absolutely. You probably die. It's terrible. You do not want to go to Omu at level 3, you know. It is
not like a pretty watertight plan.
Huh.
Yeah, you could go there, but your chances of success are so much slimmer.
Okay.
And
a plan.
where are
coming
these?
together.
Where are the birdie boys?
That's right.
That was a good ping. That was a good guess.
Pretty
Said
close.
after Needles. Said after Needles Bones, but before Nangalore. And Needles Bones is not on your map.
I'm not guessing. I can just see it written. Sorry.
Oh, you're looking through the stream.
No.
Oh, okay, good. No, Cursor Bow's there. Oh yeah, Cursor Bow is there. Oh, the reason is because you were told via your friend. So there was a little downtime episode, and you guys.
Yeah, I listened to it. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So you've met Nethir, who's an Arakokra of Cursor Bow, and he's told you where it is roughly already. So that's why it kind of sits there. That's a rough, by the way. Like Cursor Bow, you haven't got the marker of it. Could be any one of these hexes, right? Oh god, there's a little bit underneath. Huh? So anyway, right, yeah. You don't know exactly where it is, but that's a rough location.
Okay, roughly.
Yeah.
Okay. More excitingly, the Omu's like Harakamar is not out of
Oh god, close that. What the hell?
What?
Don't worry, I'm just messing around with the map.
Oh god, it's all moving.
I'm just flipping through things, testing things.
We could definitely swing on our way to Omu. Harakamar is not too far out of our way.
Because you've got your armor to get, don't you?
We've got the my armor and Ignir's armor.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Be resistant to all the things.
I don't know, just as little things that are on my mental to-do list. Okay.
Well,
sounds like we need to go to Kirsabal.
Yes, we can take Boaty McBoatface down the river. From there, we cut east across to Kirsabal. Then we go east again, and we have Sharkbait meet us in the in the Three-Horned Cow. We then, with our newfound knowledge of Omu, head up around Chult via sea and via Harakamar straight over to Omu.
Angry ghost pirates as well.
Yeah.
Surely they will have chilled out by now.
Okay.
Is that, I mean, or depending, will that take longer than just going right from, I guess, through the forest? I'm trying to, from Kirsabal to Omu.
Travel rate boat versus land, assuming we don't get lost.
There is one difficulty. The sheer side of that river, it is massive. When we passed under river Ataz Muhaha, you saw just how sheer the river side is. It is like a canyon. River Oolong is notorious for difficulty trying to scale into the jungle. It might be easier crossing via land. We are already on the coast, so we can walk up on the other side here. Or perhaps even cross the bridge, but I guess if we're going on this side, it does not need to be crossed.
Okay, works for me. I was mostly just looking forward to getting back to Harakamar and...
Yes. We could also sail around. We could go into one of these, what are they called? Coves. And shore up here, and then cut across west into the jungle. That works as well. So the path she's suggesting to get to Kursabao would be get onto land and go like that way, or go around, via sea, and then cut in like that.
We haven't actually talked to Sharkbait in a little while. He's still...
Yeah, I did wonder. Did you ask him to sail round to you? Because I moved the boat.
We told him to go. We told him to meet us at Port Castigliar.
Yes, you did. I was wondering why the boat was off the map. I forgot.
But
So yeah. He's still there.
Yeah, I just don't know if that Ravaya is such a great navigator through the forest. I don't know if that's that much faster to go. Well, I don't know why it's harder for us now versus just like stabbing blindly through the forest.
Saja said that you would need to find help with the Aarakocra to actually reach Omu.
Okay, so we got to go there no matter what. So we need to go through the forest at some point. So we might as well just bosh on.
Not no matter what, but definitely a huge aid, a massive aid.
Yeah. Well, no, but we're gonna need to go through into the forest at some point to get to Kirsabal anyway. So it's not like it's a port. Doesn't seem like. I don't know. I think we should maybe just stick to hoofing it and tell Sharkfate, sorry we made you come all the way around.
You can message him before he gets there. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been a few days actually.
I only can do this twice a day.
Yeah. Who knows where
we should also tell...
He could be stuck in the Bermuda Triangle over here. Oh, believe it or not, I was going to give you guys a freebie on this one as well. When you was destroying the crystals, you noticed clusters of catacombs that were specifically selected, and they seemed to form triangles. And then those 3 sets of triangles formed one massive triangle across the whole city. So if this is the city, that's a terrible circle, Chris. Yeah, then that would be the kind of shape of the catacombs.
Huh.
But now they've all destroyed. It makes little issues whether they were in a triangle or not as they're gone.
We should also, maybe at some point when we have we should tell Sylvain, just in the event that we fall, the curse still needs to be dealt with. She should be notified of the location of Omu, right?
That is a good idea.
We're not trying to sneak it by her or anything. She's.
Yes.
I have faith we will not fall. We're strong in numbers.
Right.
That we are.
Isn't that right, Sharkbait? Wood smoke.
Wood smoke.
Smoky wood. And he kind of like puts his hand to his chest, slamming it.
This guy's great.
This guy.
Okay, so we're walking to Kirsabal.
Yes, or we can go around. If we go via the sea, we can at least avoid cutting into some of the jungle. It's up to you, which way you would like.
We have got a ticking clock here, so...
I feel like the forest is... Like, we might bump into Kirsabal.
Yes.
As we head down anyway, versus we don't really know where we're going.
Besides, it's partially over ground we have covered before, so...
Yeah.
At least you won't be on completely unfamiliar turf.
Through the jungles it is then. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
Let's go.
Let's pack up, get ready to move out, and we'll say
Rua, are you staying here?
did you ask the water elemental?
Mm.
Yeah. He says, I am bound to the waterways of Mesro. This is my home.
Are you sure? We've already got a robot, a smelly lizard, Nicolas Cage.
Is there anything that you want that you have a need of? We can do, maybe, is there anything you need?
I was brought together to serve my people. I cannot abandon that course. I will defend the foundations of Mesro from any more outsiders.
Erica's going to take his paints of Marvelous Pigments and paint a essentially it's going to be like soap so that he can make bubbles for himself.
Amazing.
Just so he can, in case you need a bit of entertainment as you patrol these tubes.
You place it in his hand and you immediately start to see it kind of like bubble up. Soap? Are you saying I need a wash?
No, it just, who doesn't love some bubbles?
I see.
And Carrick will pop one.
Maybe also give him a hat?
Yes. I would like to get to work on a blue umbrella hat.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, you can roll a performance check with that.
Oh, no.
I'd like to give you the help action.
Could you
and
make
Carrick's
it...
like over your shoulder, like saying like, "Oh, make it say like
and
Guardian
actually,
of Mesro."
even he's joining
like
in. He's like,
first plumber.
Could you make it red? Actually, I like the color red.
Oh, I will make the best red umbrella hat.
And could you
with
put
a knife?
No.
Could you put a little M on it as well, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm
So
not.
do we just make a Mario hat?
Yes, you just made a Mario hat, but it's very scuffed. It's like an off-brand Mario
I
hat.
realized too late.
I'm not the craftiest person, but here you go. I hope that you like it.
It is a perfect fit because I am water. I change to fit the vessel in which I fill. And you see, he literally just merges into the hat. So it makes a hat. His head doesn't fit like the proportions of his body, but it does fit the proportions of the hat. So there you go. And you definitely messed up with the M, but you changed the M so it looks like something a bit more like spanners, so it doesn't look just as odd. And yeah, he seems pleased with it. Yeah. And you can see in the chat of the kind of weird off-brand Mario hat you just made.
Oh god.
It's just to avoid copyright infringement.
That's exactly what it's for.
Did we also make him a fake mustache?
Just a pencil mustache.
Yeah, sure.
It's so moi, Mario.
Yes. Believe it or not, that was him all along. All right, he kind of slinks back into the pipes, and you hear that gurgling sound, like when you've just got like old rusty pipes, and they're just like clang, 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 clang. A drain. All right, and you head on into the jungle, and right there we'll take a quick 5-minute break as you finally back on the road, or lack of roads, but still, we'll be right back in a bit. Okay, and we're back. Alright. The party have finally set off into the jungle once again. Let's have some music here. That'll do. Alright. Actually, no, this is good. Alright, so heading around, you have to kind of at least sail across to get onto this side. And once you've arrived,
Yasin, put that boat away.
Oh. Back in your box, float daddy.
it has a little sad face and then folds away back into its compact little backpack. And yeah, you can roll me the first of many fun survival checks, River.
Yay,
With advantage, because EQ is helping.
thank fuck, 19.
Alright. Cool, that's a perfect roll. You can maneuver along no problem. And after about an hour into your journey, you're picking up the pace again. You're back to your usual cleaving through the jungle sort of sense. And as you come, if you're going like directly down to where you hope the monastery is, you can see about halfway into your journey. Actually, it's more like towards the very end of your journey of that day. You start to see something way off to your right, and the canyon has this huge bridge spanning across it. And I'll take you over there because, it's funny to see it from the other side. Let's see. Hold on. Where are we? There we go. Cool. Alright. You are over here. So I'm just going to drag a couple of tokens on. It might only be a quick stop off, but here you go.
What was the name of the Aarakocra that you guys rescued?
Nephir. Alright, so as you're passing by, you recognize this bridge, and seeing it from this angle is different, but you do recognize it. This is what you saw last time, and as you was kind of sailing towards it on the river. And yeah, look at the little dinosaur. It's very cute.
It looked like it had a Revire, just like a big Revire head on it.
And the fourth.
Oh, right, on the dinosaur, you mean? Yeah.
That's so good.
We have fun here.
Yeah. So, yeah, you see as I've mentioned, a stone shrine sits at the midpoint of the bridge. It consists of an imposing statue of a Cheltian warrior wearing a war mask. He's hunkered down like a panther, ready to pounce. And like the monkeys everywhere on the bridge, the carvings are highly stylized. And you remember last time, I think it was due to like a very high roll, you remember seeing like bright flashes within its eye sockets, but that was like so far away. That's everything you see on the bridge, and as well as you can hear the monkeys like howling and making a ruckus once again. And you know what, this time you do see a massive brontosaurus is having a drink from the river way down below you. Some like, what, hundreds of feet? Yeah, 100 foot down. There we go. And you've just cut through the jungle, so Revi, you've kind of come through this direction, down this way.
Okay.
And you're seeing the bridge to your right. Oh yeah.
That looks ominous.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to go first?
Oh, Do we need to cross it?
No.
Or I thought we were just going south.
No, you don't. You have no reason to cross it whatsoever. And Iku mentions that it's like, I did say that at least coming up on this side we avoided the bridge. And it seems it was for the best, as the looks like it's crumbled. It is a shame.
So you brought us here just to see the sights.
We were passing by.
This is the most like a
Look,
guy
she's-
you've got the whole time.
This is the most guide thing you've ever done.
Is there a gift shop you're going to try and funnel us through? Do you get like a kickback
No.
if we buy anything?
Yes, and stand over there. I'll paint your picture.
Oh, please.
Out of everyone, Justin, I thought you would be most excited.
Just give me a second. Let's wait until this large bus full of Japanese people has finished painting their picture.
Oh, no. I have a funny story about some Japanese tourists, and it was an embarrassing story actually. But another one for another day, I'm sure. I'll tell you after
Next break.
section if you're still around.
I'll write that into my notes.
Adding to the notes. As much fun as checking out this obviously cursed bridge. There's baboons coming. Okay,
What's that
okay,
monkey
time to
doing?
go.
Let's go.
Please don't make me kill you again. Yes, I know. I'm sorry.
No, go find a tabaxi to take care of you.
Nice.
All right, you hear them just howling out into the gorge, and once again that reverberating echo gets louder and louder until they freak themselves out, and then they all go quiet.
Poor little
What
guys.
strange beasts. Yeah, south.
Moving right along. There.
That went
Just had to show you at the very least.
It's very pretty.
Yeah, it's a nice little map. But anyway. Okay, onwards to another map. Because, well, actually, first of all, you would gain the benefits of another long rest if you're... Wait, this is Port Nine Zaro.
Could I, in my downtime, one, I'd like to cast Find Familiar again, get Rufus back.
Mm-hmm.
Two, I've got a couple of spells that I'd like to just sort of have working on in the background.
Yep.
One, I'd like to see what it would take to recreate the effect that I saw at the top of the Firefinger.
Continual fireball.
Yes.
Okay.
And secondly, just a utility spell that I thought of earlier. I'd like a spell which could transmutate gold and jewels into just gold coins. So, you know, I could essentially change up silver and copper and gems into gold.
Okay.
Just a cash sorter.
Yeah, just you know,
Okay.
cash things up.
Converter.
Yeah.
My first question is, have you got fireball as a spell? Have you learned that?
No, but I can probably sort that out next level.
Second question, you haven't got continual flame, but I believe Carrick can prepare it, can't he?
Yes.
I can do it, but we need ruby dust.
That one, yeah, I imagine would be a way off, but I'd like to be trying to suss out exactly what it would take to get it ready,
So-
rather than pre-planning, as it were.
Just roll me an Arcana check for working out a plan to make this a possibility. This isn't actually the process of it. Okay, 21. So you gather the idea that if you knew the inner workings of how to create a fireball to begin with, that would definitely go a long way to helping it. And you could definitely ask Carrick to help you learn how to make a continual flame. Combining those, then you'd have to then combine those two effects. And gathering that continual flame requires a ruby worth at least 50 gold. You gather that you would need a bigger ruby, one that the spell will consume, but you could create a continual fireball with, say, a ruby worth maybe 250 gold pieces. It'd need to be like the size of a tangerine. To quote, what's his name?
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine, thank you. Yeah, yeah, a ruby the size of a tangerine. Yeah. So then, combining those two effects, it is possible to perhaps do it.
And what level would that be? What spell level?
I'm gonna say spell level. Ooh, let's have a look. Hold on. It's gonna sit somewhere between Fireball and Delayed Fireball, which is Fireball's 3rd level, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 5th level.
Okay. Good to know.
And you could. I'd say it will bring down the DC like tremendously if you have learnt Fireball and Carrick assists you in creating a continual flame.
So it's been another day, or
It has, yeah. You can prepare new spells or use up the remaining spell slots for anything you'd like.
what was the name of the guy that the Aarakocra you guys saved at Firefinger? And I met him?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll send, right before we go to bed, I will send Nephir a sending message and just to let him know that we are on our way to Kirsabal from the north, and any assistance would be much appreciated. Or if not, we'll just see you soon.
Okay, let's have a look. Alright, there's a reply. Ah, it is Carrick, yes? I remember you. This is good to hear that you are still well. I am afraid assistance is what we are in need of as well. 4 days past. A group of gargoyles have attacked the city of our monastery. Many had perished, but we managed to barely drive them off ourselves. The attacks have been coming continuously, and I fear that our numbers will be dwindling, but their numbers seem to be bolstered every attack. It has not been safe here, but we are doing our best. I think that's the end of there. It's more than 25 words, but you get the
He
gist.
said something about gargoyles, and then it sounded like he wanted to say more, but I don't know if he knows how it works. Poor guy.
You could
I'm sure they're okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just teasing. Cool.
That's just the way Nephir speaks.
At least we won't be showing up like unannounced.
He always kind of like has little short pauses between every sentence. But okay, so yeah, you can get another long rest and prepare your new spells.
Can I just check in on what I'll need to put together a Yasin's convenient currency spell?
Oh, correct. Yeah, that other one. Convenience. All right, roll another Arcana check. Let's see what you get for that. Sounds a little bit more complicated. You're certain that you could probably have a nice long conversation with a transmutation wizard back in Baldur's Gate. There was a little gnome by the name of Fabblestabble, and he was quite proficient in changing certain materials into others. And yeah, he would have a better idea. Maybe you could get in contact with him.
Okay, well, maybe one for the back burner. Still, I'm certain there's legs on that idea.
How does Ignir seem with that? Have I seen Ignir use that ring at all yet?
You have. He did. Well, you can explain what happened. Go ahead, Kibble.
Wait, did I use the ring?
Yeah, you used it on the globe.
Oh yeah, I went, but that well, no one was really watching. I don't think when I did that because everyone was kind of doing their own thing. I made the globe.
I have a very perception.
I made the globe that our friend created at some point that the giants were hiding in disappear. but
Okay.
I've not used it today or the last few days.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. There is a sense, though, something is getting you up earlier in the morning, it seems. Ignir. When you wake, you kind of have this moment of flash freeze through your body. It quickly passes, but it definitely wakes you up. It's like someone splashing you with cold water. And you just get the sense of an emotion once again, rather than word. You feel like an emotion of moving forwards, progress, an emotion of you know where you need to go now. Go.
I will send back a sentiment of understood. We'll work on this together.
Okay. That is excellent. Alright then, in that case, we need a new survival check from Revive as you push on into the jungle.
Oh no.
Where are we going this time, guys?
Oh, what did you get?
2 9s.
2 9s. Heck yeah. Going up.
Did I catch a
close.
catch a niner in there?
Okay. Let's see.
9.
And you can also roll me a d20 as well.
Okay. Did I roll good there?
Can't remember. It's been too long.
I think
Oh, that's a
it's high
that's
as
a
bad,
winner.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's a winner.
Think.
Okay. Wonderful.
Someone else be the ranger.
We take it in turns.
Right, what's my survival?
Roll me a d100.
Fuck.
Okay.
One
Last time
very
we
high
got-
number. Very high
Last time
number.
we got a
character
high, the
creatures.
fucking Zentarum showed up out of nowhere. Like,
Yeah, that was mad.
great as Rasnessy hiding behind a bush or something. Like,
Could be.
Stumbled upon Asarak in the outhouse. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. Just let me wipe up.
Not a good thank you. Fun fact: I maybe have a higher survival, but you're the ranger. You have like all the other bonuses to it.
Okay.
I'm so sorry if we die because I'm really bad at these.
Okay, we're gonna save.
It's alright.
Just a minute.
We've already passed on our. We've done more than we've passed the information on. You know, just it's all about pushing the the collective just a little bit further towards progress.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Whew. So. Alright, so the day goes by, the sun beating down, but the rain accompanying it. The hot, sticky weather of Chult getting to you, and through the jungle, you're cutting, looking for perhaps more of a mountainous region. You know that Kursabal should be a mountain monastery. You've not really come across any mountainous regions yet. Still kind of thick in the jungle. And in fact, you're starting to get more of a sea breeze come your way rather than a mountainous region. Iku gives you that look of, we're not off track, are we? I really hope we're not off track.
I don't know if you can convey that noise with your eyes, but
Yeah, I guess that's that emotion, it's that sound. So it's almost like you catch a whiff of salt air at the same time, and you both look at each other, and you're like, "Please don't let it be."
Dragon bait.
Yes.
What's that mood?
Dragon bait. Didn't know you could do a salty smell. What does that one mean? Well, from my experience, I think it means we're lost.
Oh.
This
Okay. You cut through some more palm fronds, and suddenly, right in front of you, in the heart of the jungle, is a huge, upside-down hull of a ship, and it is encrusted with barnacles and overgrown with ivy. You look around, there's no, like, camps set up or anything. Doesn't seem like there's any crew. This thing looks really old as well. What do you do?
This is just another landmark. I'm sure EQ wanted to show us.
I
Right.
On our way.
have never seen this before.
Shh. Put me in it, okay?
There is something odd about it, though. And she points
Is
to
it?
points at the bow of the ship. Oh wait, bow's the back. No, bow's the front.
How's the front?
Yeah, it is right.
This is
No,
the
I'm
one
correct.
thing I can help you with.
Yeah, no, it is correct. So yeah, at the bow of the ship, you see a long figurehead of a mammal, a water-faring mammal, and at the front of that head is the bowsprit, which is that long pointed bit, and it is shaped into the coiling tusk of a narwhal.
Carrick says, it's actually a tooth that protrudes through the upper lip of the creature. It's the left canine inside. No, that's Ian talking.
That is, Well-
It's literally my job to talk about marine mammals.
never seen a creature quite like that, but I mostly live
Oh, we
in
get
the
them
jungles.
all the time in limbo. They're just falling left and right. You really gotta dodge out of the way.
Narwhals, swimming in the ocean, making a commotion. Anyway, so yeah, this narwhal figurehead sits upside down, bear in mind, with the spiraling horns sticking out, and it juts towards you. Actually, it's facing you, so you're kind of coming around to the front of the boat. I've
mean-
never seen one just lying in the jungle before.
Upside down.
Yes, I don't know what on
Do
earth.
the barnacles and stuff look like they're alive or dead? Like, has it been there for a long time? Or is it like that morning fell out?
It looks like they're old.
Barnacles
and-
are,
Yeah, they're old and dry. They're kind of like greyish
Okay.
in colour.
Okay.
Should I try and speak to it?
Yes. Maybe
That's good.
Bodie McBoatface can speak to it.
I yell in primordial. Hello out there.
1 second. You hear this strange sound coming from the inside of the Hulk. And how do I describe this? It sounds like seaweed sort of slapping someone's vocal cords. It's like
God. Sorry, that was gross.
that's the best way to describe it.
You know, everyone at the academy laughed at me for taking primordial as an elective. I really feel like I'm getting a lot out of it.
That was definitely not primordial. I can tell you what it was, but no, I can't tell you what it is. Never mind.
Is it?
I think I have a feeling because that's a similar kind of voice to what I would give them in if I were God. Anyway, let's not think too hard about that one.
Okay. A moment later, you start to see things appearing underneath, like through the portholes, through tiny little hatches. They're all lifted, and armed with little spears are these creatures that look like... Well, it's hard to tell, but they have these kind of like long, elongated alien eyes. Their flesh seems to be made of matted seaweed and plant matter. They're only tiny. They're probably about the size of a small goblin, and they sound like they're rallying because they're like, and they start throwing their spears at you. You can all roll initiative.
Damn it! I was gonna try to talk our way out of this.
They do not look pleased to see you. I'm gonna have to drag you onto a map.
I don't feel like we need to kill these innocent until.
Probably not, but we'll find out in a second. One sec.
Here
Let's
I
grab a...
Vorn.
I haven't got a good map for this. They didn't provide me one. Let's go back to this.
Who has I still have the necklace, Vorn's necklace.
Yes, something like that. You can
Cool.
drag yourselves onto the map. Onto this side, I guess. Oh, you're already on this map, funny enough. Yeah, it's user tokens over here. Oop, bit. Oh. And... Revile, ignore, there you are. Your book's still there. Alright, so... Ignore the waves and the water. This is... Pretend you're over here. And... You can just roll initiative with your tokens here. Meanwhile, I've got to get some...
Oh, wait.
I'm on fire.
Wonderful natural ones there.
Oofed.
Oof.
Fine. I can't just go start shooting things off the bat before we would try and not kill them. I look at Vorn.
You want to look
Hey,
at
he's such a good boy.
You want to get a good look at these guys before you kill them, I guess. There they are. Okay. So I didn't have this set up, obviously, because first of all there isn't one set up, and secondly because the the lost the text the lost save, whatever it was. What do you call it? Survival check. That's the one. So these are the creatures that come
really
like
are weird.
poking their heads out of the portholes and such. Little weird like plant seaweed creatures. You're not sure what they are, but they got a little tuft of hair coming out of their head as well. Some of them have got like a barnacle here and a barnacle there, and in their hands, raised higher, are these sharp-looking spears, and some of them have slings as well. All right, let's get these onto initiative.
Veggie pygmy. What?
Yep, that's what they are.
Oh.
What did you guys get? You're on there. Cool.
Vorn got a 19.
Okay, drag him out as well. If you
Oh, I
can.
didn't. I see. Oh, I haven't had to gotten through. Okay.
Great.
Damn, it has so many hit points.
There had to be loads, didn't there? Alright. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Let's try and do this. Okay, and 3 thornies. Yay. There they are. Alright. Gonna do their initiative in groups. So that's the first group. Second group. Third group. And this group. Okay, I think that's all of them. Now I gotta do NPCs, yay! So good. Artist Simba, where is he? Dragon Bait. And EQ.
And they're going pretty high in initiative.
Yeah, I guess he kind of announced herself. So, makes sense. Alright, artists. God, my sheet looks like a mess. Okay, is Vaughn on initiative? What did you...
Yeah, I sorted it out. He's on there.
Yeah, you added him. Cool. Alright. These guys are at the back as usual. Mostly. Well, EQ's at the front with you, Revire. So, EQ's up first somehow. She'll cast Bless on the usual suspects and end her turn. Veg Pygmy, number 1. Okay. Alright. So, they poke their head out of a little porthole right here. 3 of them fire slings at... let's see. Jason, why not? Because you started calling out. Yeah.
And I'll have you know that I haven't had a chance to activate my Blade Song yet, so my armor class is good old 15.
Oh, that's still enough to stop 1-2 hits hitting. So one of them connects though, as a rain of these little pellets come at you, and one sharp rock smacks you right smack in the middle of your head. It's going to leave a bruise. It does 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow. You bounders! I was just trying to say hello. That's it. You should kill them all.
Okay, it is Vaughn's go. How? What? Okay, for sure.
Vaughn would look at Yasin, who's just been hit, and his eyes would just like go from just start to ignite and glow a little bit, just brighter in rage, and then just bound after whatever one hit Yasin.
Okay, you see he pokes his head out and then immediately pulls back in. So they've kind of got some cover here, but
yeah, he's just gonna go and smash that. He's just gonna go punch the hull of the.
Okay,
like,
right. Goes up to the hole.
Just maybe just like full on running charge, and then just does like a one big like perfectly timed windmill, just ka-dunk right into it.
Sure. Go roll like a. I don't know, like a. If he wants to smash it with his fist, he can roll an attack. If he wants to like force it open, then he can use a strength check.
It's just. I guess it's a multi-attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just hit the multi-attack thing. That's not how that works. I'm figuring out how to use my robot friend.
That's cool.
There we go. Okay.
So yeah, you smash your fist into the side of the hole, dealing 13 points of bludgeoning damage. You hear splintering wood. It's left a hole, but it's not like he can climb through it.
Multi-attack, so he does it again.
He does it again. Go ahead.
Cool.
Let's have a look here.
I don't know what the AC of a boat hull is, but...
Well, I'm going to say because it's old, pretty rotten, it's not going to be that tough. You smash a bigger sized hole, probably big enough for, like, one of them to actually go through.
And then Vorn just like leans his head in and gives like a very menacing cowbell sound.
Oh god. Vaughn pokes his head in and sees an entire army of these things. They're all
and then just
rushing towards him.
Afraid.
Okay. That is gonna end his go. Did you pick me? Group
Vorn is immune to being frightened, so
Oh yeah. In that case. They all jump at him, clawing at his face. How many are there? Oh yeah, there's 4. Oops. Okay, so he takes 5, 9, 16 points of slashing damage. As he gets absolutely covered in these things. They're all jumping on him. Well, they're all like slicing up his head, which is kind of poked through. So that's some damage. If you want to mark that.
16.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be Jason's go.
Bonus action blade song. I can't see the ones beyond here, can I?
I shouldn't be able to. Is dynamic lighting on?
I can see them, but like, have I got
Okay.
a decent line of sight on them?
No, you haven't. Not unless you get right up to where Vaughn is and poke your head through.
Okay, I'll do that. I've got my
Yeah.
blade song on, so I'm.
Could you shatter?
Yes.
Oh my god. This guy is so mean.
That
Okay.
is probably a bit mean, isn't it?
I mean, you see, you could hit one group feasibly. I haven't actually moved their tokens around much because I didn't think you could see them, but they're split into groups of like 4 mostly.
Do it.
What's the plan here, guys? We're gonna back off and leave, or?
I mean, they hit you with a stone.
They did hit me with the stone, and such slights.
As you get closer, another one slings a stone, misses.
Okay, fuck it, fuck 'em. What's the range on this bad boy? That's everything in it. It's 10 foot.
I'll say that you can hit, because it's not really meant to be a battle map 4, this is just something as a visual representation. I'll say you can hit one group of them.
Okay,
So you could.
sure. So they're
and
all.
Of one of those groups, one is riding this strange dog-like creature, but it's kind of got all these little membranes and stalks growing off of it, and it looks something like this. Hold on, there's a better picture.
It's kind of cute.
What?
You say that, but I'm suddenly feeling a lot less guilty about killing them. So.
I don't trust Carrick's opinion anymore.
Look, where I come from,
These with dogs
That'd be a
like
house
limbo.
And
So the
near it,
DC
by the
on
way,
that is 16.
one of them's riding one of these things, and you can have a full gander at this.
Yes, no, that's disgusting.
That's quite the combo.
Okay, DC 16. So. Alright. Let's pull blighters. 16. Dex save.
It's
Fail.
con save.
Oh, con.
thorny.
That's the same. Literally is the same. So, doesn't matter. They fail, and then for the...
Are they named?
No. They
That was
you
such
suddenly
a
feel
sad
guilty. You're
sound.
like, no, they're named.
They have me.
Okay, for that one, fail. Alright, so how much damage? 18.
18.
Ow. Okay. That sucks. They're still all alive though, believe it or not.
What?
Yeah. Although the
these things
whole
are
of the
really
ship
tiny.
is being shattered to pieces. You see rotted wood, barrels, all go flying everywhere. Okay. That's gonna end your turn. This thing that's just been hit by said shatter is riding the things that you also shattered, is just bellowing out its commands towards the others. And I guess points towards you now, Jason, instead of the big metal thing. and screams out something in whatever language they speak. And they charge. So get ready, Jason. They all come flying out of that hole that Shield Guardian made and burst free. This guy is gonna do his... what's it called, attack? Oh, that's right, the spear.
If you go down to vegetables, that's gonna be real sad.
Yeah.
Come on.
Also, as you kind of see him in full light, that part of the vegetation that you blasted away from him is actually kind of regrowing, where you kind of blasted like a portion of his shoulder and head, and it sort of reforms.
Oh, good.
Only partially though. Okay. Alright, that's gonna end its go. I'll do the others in just a second. They're actually coming out with it. Anyway. Ooh, alright. Another set charge out. And surround Jason. Like, literally just surround you. You're flanked on, like, every side, I'll say. Let me see here. Yeah, they're gonna use their claws. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he at AC of 21, right?
21.
Okay, so one of those is gonna hit with a flank. So...
26.
Oh, there's the shield. Alright. Jason is being swamped by these things. Clambering for a hit any which way they can. And they're small creatures, by the way, so they can easily occupy every space that they're here. That's why I'm not going to worry about too much of a battle map, because they're just swarming all over you, covering your face. Dragonbait draws a sword and runs into battle. 5, 10, 15, 20. He's going to have to dash. And it's Garrick's go.
Okay, so they're pretty much all clustered around in one spot.
The ones you can see are, yeah.
Okay. Can Carrick get to... how much damage has Yasin taken?
6?
None?
8 points.
Oh,
8 points, okay. So, a
8
third.
of 25. Yeah.
Yeah. And when is... Okay, yeah. Carrick is going to run up to Yasin, and that would take all my movement.
5, 10, 15, 20. You can get up to him, yep. That's not all of it, but...
And then, if I went to pull him a bit out of the way, would that be half? I can only really pull him like 5 feet then, huh?
You've got 5 feet left, so... You could pull him like a foot. Like 3 foot.
Right. I will grab him and I will dash.
You're gonna dash. Okay, sure. Alright,
And-
do you want to be
and
dragged,
then-
Jason? That's the question.
Oh, yes.
Okay, cool. Alright. You are dragged out all the way back to where you started, Carrick. Well,
if I take any opportunity attacks, that's fine.
I'd say you take 2 because the 2 on his like flank.
Yeah,
So they claw at
that's
you.
fine. Miss.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh
Okay.
god, one of them got a good hit in. Like nearly takes your ear off with their sharp little
Okay.
claws.
Carrick will have pulled Yasin out to Ignir and then look at Ignir after like just holding his ear and goes, "Just ice him."
Oh. Rava, you're up.
Okay. Just gonna start pew-pewing these guys. Start with this one that's riding the dog thing.
Yeah, go for it. That's a hit. And Okay, still alive.
Jesus, chunky. Okay, pew.
That's another hit. Oh no, we hit. Alright, you took out the seeming leader who was again barking these commands, and finally you silence him by launching a well-placed arrow into his throat as he's kind of gorbling. It falls off the back, lands on the ground, and he's just still for a moment.
Cool. I'm gonna shoot his dog too.
Oh god. He's gonna go friggin' he's gonna go wick on you when he comes back. Alright, that's a hit. And oh no. Damn well killed his dog. No. Alright, this also thing kind of like looks as it falls to the side. It just throws up a load of vegetation, like mulch, just spills onto the floor. And he's on 0. That's on 0. Okay, cool. Alright, it is after Simba's go. Oh no, not Vegapygmies. Alright, let's get to work. Alright, he draws a longbow. And fires at just a couple. Does he have 3? Yep, he has 3. Wow, only one of them hit. For 3 piercing. Pitiful.
You'll get them next time.
I'm holding back. These things are really not worth it.
I'm sure you are.
The dog that you just killed and is already like thrown up. Suddenly, a long tongue lashes out from the body of it, and it starts scooping up all the vegetation, and it slurps it up almost like a straw, and then it's regrowing that same part where the arrow hit, and also where the shatter kind of blasted a side of it. All that mulch is scooped up into its mouth and then regrows on the side, and he's back up. I think he is anyway. Let's double check. Yep, he's back up. And charges towards you guys. Gets up right next to where Carrick is. And he's gonna bite you. Nah, misses.
I thought.
His tongue's like whipping around.
You're very cute, but no.
He's just more like licking at your feet. This is all just your interpretation. He's not really hitting.
Yeah.
Actually, just like licking. All right, Igna, you're up. Oh.
I would like to focus on the ring, and for the first time, kind of gather together a little globe. Whoa, those guys ran.
Yeah, they dashed in as well, but that's
okay.
it.
Put a little globe of frost into my hand and launch it. It has a range of 120 feet, so I would like to put it about here, so that it's got 60 feet to all of the things.
Oh man.
A 60-foot radius.
60-foot radius, that will hit everything. Yeah, that will.
They need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. First pack. Second pack. Third pack. Fourth pack. Thorny pack. And that not go through?
But I feel like
oh, there it is. Alright. Lagging. And the Veggie Pygmy Chieftain. Oh, he's already unconscious. Never mind. Alright.
Born rolled an 11.
One of them rolled an 18, which is a success. Can someone roll for Dragon Bait before I roll the damage?
Okay. So the pack probably near the back, who hasn't gone yet. They managed to kind of shield themselves behind barrels and whatever bits of wood are stuck in the hole.
Just 42 cold damage to anything that failed, and 21 to anything that succeeded.
One man alone should not have that much power.
That's my purpose to
You're
use
just
it.
the devastation is like,
God.
that was cool.
Okay.
What killed the dinosaurs?
Ice Age. Alright, God.
You created this monster.
Carrot kind of like looks at Yasin and like, yeah, that's a hell of a ring.
Alright, that's just gonna flat out end combat right there. So, goodness me, a freezing tundra suddenly sweeps through the boat, freezing to death every single Vegapygmy that stood. And now they still stand, but they're just encased in blocks of ice. I swear. Freezing sphere, what the crap? Yeah. You rolled 3, 4, 6s on that as well.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
God. Yeah, that was intense. They're all just stuck there for a moment. Just they look like they were gonna regrow, but then it seems like their blood has been frozen as well. The 3 Thornies that were recently attacking you all run in terror and flee from the battle. They are not sticking around. And you see the wood of the ship as well. It's been blasted through. The creaking hulk of the ship, it kind of tilts to one side after that blast as well. But then the freezing ground sort of sticks it back to where it was. And at this point, I guess everyone can hear something in the distance, a shouting, but it's not here yet. So you've got a moment to do what you like.
We all just awkwardly. Do we all have to roll like frightened saves of Ignir?
Oh, maybe.
Dear God.
Now, it looks like a pleasant time to end things easily.
I choose to be shocked.
It's sort of looking at artists like, why have you never done this?
That was
This
my
could help
question.
us so much. Like,
Because the only ones I've had trouble with are frost giants.
of course, you were holding back then as well.
Mm-hmm.
It does nothing against them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just hear another emotion, unworthy. But for you,
We all hear that, or Ignir hears that?
no, just Ignir, and
It's just
it's,
on the wind.
okay.
it's an
The brain was
emotion
just
rather
kicking
than
in on
hearing
this
something.
waiting.
And you feel another emotion, and it's, I guess, it's wholly lacking in restraint. This emotion, it feels like you've just unchained that same monster you saw, as if that thing billowed its breath across the world for just an instant. You saw an empire encased in ice, and it was this. But it's all the townspeople are suddenly like replaced again by these Vegapygmies.
Carrick walks over to Vorn and kind of just brushes off some of the ice, the 42 damage, and as hopefully he's
Oh,
like there.
is
He
his
didn't.
hat
He didn't.
okay?
Oh no,
Is his hat
Yeah.
okay?
it's probably fine.
He kind
Mustache.
of looks like he's frozen in place, and then you see cracks of ice building up in his shoulders and his fist, and he kind of shatters free from it.
Vorn, you did such a good job. You did such a good job. You got them all right to you. That was perfect.
He kind of looks at you, looks around him, and like slowly prods one until it like falls over and shatters into icicles.
Yes, I've heard that frozen vegetables are the way of the future.
So the shouting gets louder and louder, and at this point you finally see something coming through the clearing. Stop! Stop! What are you doing? Ah.
Oh dear.
Oops.
You see a Cheltian human, a man who seems to be short of breath. He has a longbow with a fine set of arrows in a quiver strung upon his back, and he says, "Oh no, no, no! Oh well, it can't be helped. God, it's freezing over here.
Is this your boat, sir? Is this where you parked it?
My boat? No.
Sorry, ship.
A galleon, actually. It is the narwhal, but I'm not the one who owns it. I just occupied it here with, well, this small tribe of veggie pygmies I was sharing with, until you froze them to death.
Did you teach them how to throw stones at strangers? I mean, that seems like
told them
that might be on you.
I can't even speak their language. But we were getting along just fine until this.
Some of them that ran off. If you wanted to, I'm sure there's more space for you. I'm very sorry if these were your friends. That's incredibly
friends is a loose
cold
term.
of me.
I'm over it. He kind of walks towards the boat.
Yeah, quickly as well.
Yeah, okay. Maybe you're more of a sociopath than us.
No, they kept to their side of the boat. That was all I will say. Come in.
Galleon.
Make yourselves at home, I guess.
Realize they were friends.
Are we? We still have a ways to go, right?
Oh, are you out hunting as well?
We're headed towards Kirsabal.
The bird folk. I've seen them in the air, though their patrols have become very sparse in recent days.
They might have a bit of a gargoyle problem, but...
What is it you're after, though?
Directions.
I see. Well, I don't have much in the way of a home, but here, you can grab a stool. And despite him saying that, he looks like he's actually living a bit more elegantly than what you'd expect from an upturned boat.
Oof. Can we do a little insight check on this guy?
Yeah, I mean, sure. It's actually well furnished, albeit upside down. The captain's quarters are, outfitted with the usual things you'd expect. He's got a shelf full of wine, and he's actually got a number of gems that are kind of like laid around the table with one of those little eyeglasses to inspect it.
He's got some gems?
He does have some gems on the table, and I will roll you guys a quick insight check for these guys. Alright.
Connor, did Yasin communicate his desire for that fireball thing with Carrick?
Yeah, I think you would have definitely asked about
We'd have just been nerding out over spell creation.
Talking about how you cast continuous spell and such.
Cool.
Well, this is my humble abode. It's not much, but you're welcome here, friends. And he gives you a big, warm smile. And he seems amicable. He doesn't seem like deceitful in the slightest. He just let you walk in here. You got gems laid out on the table. If he was precious about those, he'd be like defending them with his life or something. But the only thing you do notice is that he got over the veggie pygmies quite quick. But I guess.
Are any of the gems rubies?
There are a little variety. He spots you eyeing them up, and he says, "Ah, so you're admiring my collection, my family jewels." No, they're not really mine. I scavenged them from here and there. I don't know whose ship this was, but they had quite a bit of treasure, if you know what I mean. A couple of tools here and there. You can see on the shelves there's bits of tanning equipment. There is a herbalism's kit. It smells of like herbs and roots in here as well. Looks like he does all his own cooking and such. And this, he kind of climbs up. This is my bed, and he's got a nice hammock with an explorer's pack and a spyglass sitting in it as well. Any of you know how to play cards? And he pulls out from a leather pouch a set of playing cards with dragons on the back. But they're assorted gems, by the way, so to answer your question.
Okay.
You seem
I feel like we need to be...
for someone that just met a bunch of strangers.
I've always been taught to be welcoming, friendly. It's good to make friends fast.
Well, it seems like you can make friends with just about anyone.
And just who is this anyone?
Well, in that instance, I was referring to the veggie pygmies.
Ah, yes. Strange creatures. They are like plants that come alive. I've seen them survive some serious wounds from the jungle monsters, but I don't think they're recovering from that one. What exactly did you do?
It's a long story. I just apparently like the cold now.
I see. Well,
The cold never bothered him anyway, but...
if you want to trade, by the way, I've got plenty of things I don't really make use of.
Do you mind if we peruse? I'm actually in the market for some, well, gems, as it goes.
Be my guest.
Did you say you were out hunting?
I was, until I heard that blast. I was just leaving. Literally just leaving. I leave for 1 minute and this happens.
I feel like I've put you out a little bit, but we could provide you with some food as an apology for destroying your home. Maybe if that would be of any help.
It would actually, yes. It's not the easiest way of living here, but I've been finding this area of the jungle less infested with undead than other areas. And yeah, he kind of gets up out of the hammock and offers you the eyeglass. You can check over and inspect the gems, Yannick. Jason. They all seem to be an assortment of gems, each worth 100 gold pieces.
Any rubies?
Yeah, for sure. Assorted means whatever you're looking for. So yeah, I will say there's 2 rubies worth 100 gold each.
How much?
I need something chunkier.
I see a single chunk thing.
For the effects of the spell, I would say you could use I mean, have you got a ruby already, or have you not?
I don't know.
No. Okay. I would say you could use 2 100 and 150, but
I'm in no particular rush. I'm a couple of character levels away from being able to cast spell levels and
that's true.
thing, so I might just hold off.
There's one.
Anything else this guy's got? Are there any like odd items that he has that might
you look near the you look near
reveal
the
more about
herbalism.
his nature as well?
I could provide you with enough food for weeks if you'd mind parting with some of these gems.
I'm not precious. Yes, please. What food have you got?
Boom, 45 pounds of food.
Oh, he rubs his hands together.
Don't tell him necessarily that it's going to go away in 24 hours.
Okay. 1 second. 1 second. Hold
It's
on.
a live. It's a live emission.
Okay. He says,
I'm evil.
Do you actually summon it out of thin air to him?
On the table.
Onto the table, yeah, cool. Alright.
Like next to the gems.
In that case, he says, He says, "Oh, magic! Man, takes me back. My cousin tried to do this trick before. Ended up summoning like a ooze-like creature. Ugh."
Well, the trick is, and then Carrick will take his ring of prestidigitation, and then it's bland but nourishing food for the great food and water, and he'll use prestidigitation to make it taste like a variety, like one half spicy, one half is like more savory.
And as he's kind of got this big grin on his face, and he mentions his cousin, you wonder who he might actually be related to. And there is a slight resemblance to someone who you've met. Looks familiar. You can't put your finger on it though. But all I'll say is the clues are the friendly nature, the big warm smile, good at making friends.
What's his name? Wakanga or another merchanty someone.
And he digs into the food immediately, by the way. He's not shy about it. And he picks it up with his hands as well, like grabbing bits, like eating them with one arm, and then he's got like another handful of food in the other hand. Tears into.
So you wouldn't mind if we took one or two of these little gems then?
Yeah, take some.
I'll snag a little diamond.
Okay, a diamond worth 100 gold pieces, yeah.
I'll have a couple of rubies if it's amiable.
Let me see.
But I'll try to be real nonchalant about it, like it's not a big thing.
If you've got any wine to go with this food, that'll be great.
I can give you a bottle of ale.
Ale?
I can make the water taste like wine.
That's not bad. Oh, let's see. What he swallows. What vintage? And he looks at it. Oh, Steinhammer.
12th best in the multiverse.
Ah, indeed, yes. Perfect. I'll have some of that. If you don't mind, of course.
But there, I will give him 2 of my bottles.
Alright. Well, you're certainly welcome as guests. Feel free to rest if you need, and what else?
Well, I think we have places to get. It's only lunchtime, so we need to hit the trail. But sorry about your shelter here, but I'm sure you've got plenty more sections of the boat to inhabit.
Yes, it'll be a little bit of a clean-up duty, but I don't even know if I should bury them. They're already kind of plant soil. I don't know what they are.
Maybe they'd make good fertilizer.
That's a good point. Yeah, I should set up a garden. I could grow my own food. I even have a herbalism kit, and he kind of like gestures over to the shelving. And as you look in that direction, you see there are actually 2 bottles with brimming red liquid. You recognize them immediately. They're potions of healing.
We all have some, right? Because we don't always have more.
I have 3 of them.
I have 1.
Nope. I don't have any actually. Thought I did.
I used all mine up last time.
Can't help but notice your big metal friend. He's currently found like the smallest stool in here and is trying to sit down on it. And as he has mentioned, he suddenly looks up. Well, you know,
No.
my cousin always mentioned something about wanting to find one for himself. Yeah, big dreams, aspirations, but he was only little at the time, so...
Oh. Your cousin.
My
Get
cousin.
around much, does he?
Sorry?
Get around much, does he?
I've not seen him since we were children.
What's his name? Just in case we've run into him.
He starts to think, and there's a moment where, as if like he can't remember. It's been so long. I remember my name. My name was Boreas Otamu. Which would make him Waka. It's on the tip of my tongue. As he eats another bite. Maybe I just need to wet my palate. He uncorks the Steinhammer and begins glugging it from the bottle.
Well, I, for one, am ready to move on.
Yep. Take care.
The family
No need to
resemblance
mention
is
we
very
didn't
strong.
tell him our names, so we'll just mosey out.
Oh. If you're heading south, there's a nice little sight to see. Go slightly southwest. You'll find the great bones of a dragon.
Okay, will do.
Lovely.
Enjoy your meal.
Cheers.
Alright, have fun. Okay. Alright. That's a strange encounter. You didn't want to get the potions of
Yeah.
healing. You're content.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
I think so.
Just letting you know that they're there if you want to do any more trading, but yeah. Okay. That ends the Wreck of the Narwhal encounter. That's a first for me. I've never had to run that one. It's just bizarre. Anyway.
It's so bizarre.
It really is. If I rolled a different way, if I rolled something else, then it would have been him there first, and then the veggie pygmies hunting. And he could have saved their lives, but yeah, it turned out that way, so that's what happened. Oh god. Right, onwards, back to the map. Now, you realise if you're in the Wreck of the Narwhal, you had no mention of that on the map or that you'd come across it. You're probably going off track a little bit. And I can give you you can run a new survival check for this. Actually, it's not a new day, but I mean, if
Try
you're
and
heading to
get back on
Kursabal,
track.
you would
Can I
mention that
can I
you...
roll it? Can I roll it?
Go on then.
Can Carrick roll it?
Yeah,
Just to try.
go ahead. Carrick will, EQ will aid you, Carrick.
And then I'll also kind of just touch my forehead and kind of point up to the sky as a prayer.
Mm-hmm. That
Well, that'll do it.
That will do
What are you
it.
doing?
Holy crap. I've never seen a survival check so good, Iku says. Well, we're back on.
I'm
See,
sulking in the back.
Yeah, definitely
I
back on track.
did ask my god for help, to be very clear.
Cheating.
Well, just a little
Well-
divine help here and there.
I think we head southwest then if we are... Well, that's funny. That's gonna go straight past these great dragon bones who apparently... Well, we'll see. So, in the meantime, you can still roll me a d20. In fact, I'll roll one. There's another one. Okay, random. That was for the last day.
You want me to roll one?
Yeah, go ahead. Alright,
Fully.
cool. And
Wow, 1 in 400 chance of 2 natural ones.
as you're leaving the wreck, though, you do realise it has got pretty late in the evening, and you could rest up if you want in the tiny hut.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think we should be near that guy.
Sure. No worries.
Something off. Living
Something off.
with vegetables, and then
Mhm.
doesn't care about them.
Hmm.
I will say, going off your insight check from earlier. The only one who's really picking up on anything is Jasin, who noticed his hands. He didn't use like any cutlery to like eat the food. He was eating it like a lion, like tearing into a zebra. Yeah, and you could tell like he wasn't wearing many tightly fitted clothes either. He had like bare chest. He had kind of baggy cloth pants as well. And I'll say that there was a few more hairs than there should have been in that hammock. That's all I'll say.
Well, I'm glad to be out the way.
Okay, then you guys get another long rest. So mark that, and I'll mark something up here.
I am just gonna send a quick message to Harakamar right before we go to bed. To who was more in command of the dwarves? Was it Musharraf was more like involved in Harakamar because it was his
there,
place? Yeah, versus Hugh.
Right.
I'll message Musharraf.
But you get the fact that there's this brotherly companionship because Hugh was the one who wanted to get back the mine, and Musharraf was the one who wanted to get back the forge, and that's a symbiotic relationship anyway. They rely on each other.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Carrick will message Musharraf and say, Musharraf, hey, this is Carrick. Hope things are going well. We might be coming back. Was wondering how's that armor coming?
Mm-hmm.
Miss you.
Carrick, good to hear from you. Well, your armors are all ready. They're ready to pick up, alright, although I've no idea where you are. Could be a while before you get here. Good to know you're still alive. Hugh's working the mine, providing us with fresh ore. We could even start making bigger, better armaments soon. But that took a while, I can tell you. Worked up a sweat, hammering on that adamantine for days. Miss you too.
Since we're going to bed, right before, no, that's last third slot. Never mind, done.
I would like to do something before we go to bed.
Okay.
I would like to focus on the ring and kind of, you guys would see the form of a small dragon start to form in ice and then start to beat its wings, and a animate little wormling it comes to life, and I would like to tell it to guard us and let us know if anything comes in the night.
Ooh, nice. Okay, because that is using.
24 hours.
Wow, awesome. Okay, this wormling takes flight and begins flapping its wings out into the open air. You see, as it's kind of flapping in the heat, several of like its wings seem to like drip slightly. It's not like fully melting, but you can tell like it's.
Oh right, it's hot.
Yeah, well hot. Yeah. It does start to melt, but not like straight away. After a while, you start to see little droplets landing on the kind of outer opaque dome of the tiny hut and wipe down it. Okay, though it can it actually roll perception checks?
I mean, it says that it can. It uses the stat block of the thing I chose, which is a bronze wormling.
Perfect. All right then, let me do that for you.
But also, if it's in extreme heat, it loses 1d10 hit points per minute. as it melts. Totally
Extreme heat. Okay. Well, it's at night. It's a little bit cooler. It's probably not going to last the whole night, I'll say. But let's see what we can do regardless. Perception check. It's got +4. Wow. Okay. Do you want to roll that? Roll a d20 +4 for me. That's not bad. Okay. So, in that case, let me see what it sees. Okay. So, as everyone's getting a nice long rest, it is taking watch, and before it like fully melts away, it flies back into the dome, and you feel like a cold breath on your face. It's like wakes you up slightly. And it says, can't speak. Can it speak Draconic? Yeah, we check. It can. It can speak Draconic. Wow.
Yeah, it can speak Draconic.
Amazing. Awesome. That actually fits in perfectly. It's weird, a black dragonborn speaking to a white dragon wormling. It's not the usual pairing you would expect. But let's see here. Okay. What does it tell you? Okay. It says, I saw a dog. A terrier, to be exact. It looked like it was missing fur in a few spots. Looked like it was sick. I heard it rustling in the nearby brush. Perhaps it was looking for food and smelt our little company.
Very well. Thank you for the update.
You're welcome. Also, I'm sort of melting a bit. Look like I'm having a stroke. I'm not gonna last the night, so.
You did well, and I'll kind of suck it back into the ring.
I'm dribbling. Sorry. Right. Yeah, he sucks back into the ring. There's a release of like, cool again. Perfect. All right, cool. And everyone wakes up. You feel that kind of flash freeze, bucket of cold ice water, like shocks you to awaken, to get you on your feet quicker in the day. And everyone is setting out for the day, getting their things in order, and Iku's kind of looking around, and she'll roll a quick check herself. Okay. She like looks like she noticed something for a moment, and then sort of shrugs and then shakes it off, and she gets herself ready.
It's Ravaya on the shoulder and says, I know you're gonna find us. You're gonna point us in the right direction today, and we'll cast guidance.
Cool. All right.
Ew.
Let us be on our way. And you begin setting out on a southwesterly direction. You can roll me a new survival check, Ravaya.
Pew.
And let's see here. Okay. A 40.
plus two from guidance.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
16.
That makes it a success. Ooh.
Yes!
Well done. Congrats on getting yourself back on track.
Good
All
job
right.
for doing your job.
Carrick, what would we do without you? We'd be lost once again. Okay. But I'll say that in that brief moment where you are kind of wandering off and then correcting your path, you do start to notice a set of tracks, Ravaya. They're canine, and it looks like they circled your camp for a while before setting off in a direction. Just so happens to be the direction you're heading.
That's fun. Okay.
And it doesn't look like it was a. Yeah, it doesn't look like it was a pack. It's probably not big enough to be a wolf either. It was a small, very small canine tracks. Might have been a puppy or something. Like
Cool.
a,
An eye out, then, I guess.
okay, sure. Before long, you enter into a. Well, as I for your little normal, what's it called, foraging trip, you find there's some sort of like little hidden grove, and you actually see fresh banana trees, growing very ripe, and as you kind of approach them, you see on the ground, laying there, looking very sorry for itself, is a small little terrier dog, and it kind of looks up at the tree longingly for anything, any kind of food, and then it sees you and kind of whimpers and starts to get to its feet shakily and tries to then hide behind said banana tree.
Oh, okay. Alright. Can I try and get a banana for the dog?
You can, yeah. If you want to climb up, you can give me an athletics check. Or if you want to shoot it down, I don't mind. Whatever method you choose.
Well, Carrot can give it like 45 pounds worth of food.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Just don't
a
tell
third
me
level
that.
slot.
You get about halfway up the tree and you start losing your grip again. They're just slipping down.
Revive, we literally have magic to do this and cast Mage Hand and help you out.
She wants to do it.
Yeah.
She clearly wants to do it on her own steam. I mean, I could fly up there if I wanted, but...
Fine. Just, yeah, if you could, that'd be great.
Oh, okay then. Alright, Iku transforms and flies up there as a kotal, and gets a fresh bunch, brings them down. It does seem like the dog was a bit scared at first when the transformation takes place. It starts to scamper off quite fast, like with its tail between its legs. It looks like Iku does look like a predator when she's in that form. And she transforms back holding the bananas. Oh no, where did it go? Oh no.
Iku, can you do that as much as you want? Turn into that form, like whenever? Or is like a certain number of times a day?
As much as I like.
If that's not too personal question, I apologize.
No, of course not. It is as easy as stretching out for morning exercise. She kind of like flexes her arms up and into the air, into the rain. It is raining, of course. Lightly. Is that thing coming back, or do you want to...
I'm gonna go look for the dog.
Oh, here, take these.
Yeah, I'm gonna take some
Alright.
bananas with me.
Alright.
I'm not gonna go too far away.
Alright. Totally innocent dog.
Yeah. Can you give it a banana? I'm not smart.
So you follow it for like a minute or two, and it's easy enough to find the tracks where it went. You can see the top of its little wiggling tail as through the brush, and eventually seems like it's gone into an area of darker looking trees, and standing in the shadows is what looks to be like a 5-foot tall stump, and the dog of the tail sorry, the tail of the dog is not the only thing that's wiggling, it seems. There is something at the top of that stump that's also wiggling. And the dog is kind of like looking at it with its head kind of cocked to one side, and then it, as dogs do, kind of cocks it to the other side. And then it looks back at you and notices you.
Yeah. Just a minute. Can I see what this thing on top of the stump is?
You kind of like look real close. Give me a perception check.
I'm rolling so well today. It's great.
Hard to make out. If anything, it looks like a bit of cloth. Like maybe it's caught in the wind or something, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'm gonna try and lure the dog back towards the party. Just trying to bribe it with banana.
It turns and barks again at the strange bit of cloth wiggling around.
Okay, I will go and have a look at it because you don't have hands. I'm gonna go and do what the dog wants.
Alright. You're gonna get closer to this tree stump, and as you're getting closer you can see a better angle of what this thing is. It does look like a bit of sackcloth, although it is like a full cloth, like a bag of some sort, and that bag is like wriggling slightly. It's in the tree stump itself, and you're standing over the top of the tree stump looking down into it.
What kind of wriggling?
You're not sure. It's like the size of, well, like you would imagine, like a sack of potatoes, that kind of size, maybe smaller. A type of wriggling. What type of wriggling? Yeah, it's wriggling. That's as much as I can give you.
I'm going to take my bow off my back and kind of poke the wiggling bag with the end of it, like, so I don't need to put my hand in it.
Alright. I get you. So you're gonna poke it around for
That's
a
what
minute.
I'm hoping. Yeah.
Alright, let's see. 1 second. So... So yes, poking around in it for just a moment, trying to find out what it is or squish it. It does feel like something muscly and organic is in there, and you can feel the press against it as you're poking it. And as it wriggles, it almost kind of coils up around what you're poking it with. And suddenly the bag begins to rise up out of the actual tree stump. And as
Dog's
it rises, the tree stump suddenly changes. The little twiggy arms of it starts to stretch out and turn into this long, gangly arms. Claws protrude from the tree's little twig fingers, and suddenly, before you can even react, they are around your throat. And, oh god.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this was majorly messed up.
Yep.
I need you to give me an opposed strength check.
Okay.
Suddenly you hear a hissing sound.
Oh, stop.
Solid one.
Okay, fair. That's a solid roll. But you hear a hissing sound as what that wriggling protrudes from the bag is a viper bearing its fangs and is also lunging towards you. And that... Okay, right. My check. So... Let's see what it is. 1 second. God. Didn't have it up ready. There it is. Okay. I got a +4. Alright, let's do this. +4. 17! It's not enough. Alright. So, you managed to pull away the hands before they grip and constrain your windpipe. But what do you do? You've you've just seen that action. That was like the surprise round, effectively. And this creature has come up. It's still like a stump at the base, but the form of this gangly arms almost look flesh-like, and the head is now become that bag. And there's one hole in it that has this viper swinging out at you.
Uh-huh. How far away am I from everyone else?
2 minutes away.
Cool. Is the dog still there?
The dog. Yes, about that dog. You turn around.
This dog isn't a dog.
It is no longer a dog. It is some sort of weird chicken creature with misshapen feathers, a long head, and oh god, I think as you look around to actually look at it, I think I need you to roll something. Because...
Okay.
Oh god, let's have a look.
Hey, this is my stupid decision. I'm committed to it now.
Okay, no, you don't need to roll, but I do. So this thing lurches forward towards you, and this kind of like chicken head snaps its beak towards you. It misses. In fact, as it misses, it bites into the ground where a nearby bunch of plants were. You see the petals on the plants, or perhaps... Actually, you know what? Those bananas that you were holding, it snaps at those, and they grip into them as you let go of them. And all of the bananas, the whole bunch, turn to stone.
I am running the fuck away.
Okay, they hit the floor with a thud. You begin to sprint away. You will provoke an attack of opportunity, and I'm going to use that to make another opposed grapple check. So, once again,
Need to roll again.
roll a strength check. Yep. Oh no! Oh, okay. As you turn around to get away, you see the viper whip out in front of your face. You immediately like flinch away, and before you can react again, another set of hands gripping around your throat. You're trying to breathe. You can't. It's strangling you, and for strangling rules, you don't have a chance to like hold your breath. So in this particular instance, we're going to say that you have a number of rounds equal to your constitution plus 1.
Okay.
So we have 3 rounds before you are strangled to death. Or not to death, but at least you're passing out. That's when you just run out of air, effectively. Because you don't just die immediately, you go to 0 hit points. So, you're being strangled, can't breathe! And it's up to you, what do you want to do? Oh wait, I guess it's their go, and they're going to maintain the grapple. So...
Gonna try and get out the grapple.
Okay. You got to be a 10 this round. Okay. You pull away the arms for just a split second. Take a deep breath in. And that's your action. You've still got movement.
Yeah. I would like to get out of there.
She's going to do it again.
Just attack me again, yeah.
Oh no, it's rubbish this time. You can probably get out of that.
Yeah, that's a good question. Is yelling a free action?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
It's not a fucking dog!
God, as for that thing, it is also taking another nip at you. Oof. Okay, I need you to make a constitution save. That is a pass, believe it or not. But you do take 1d4 plus 1. So you take 3 points of piercing damage as that beak is like bit into you. But you feel your feet getting heavy as it's kind of bit around your ankles. And you manage to kick it off and shake away the effect. And everyone else can hear this yelling, and it's coming from the direction Revire went.
Yeah, just immediately take off running. Double dash.
Okay.
I mean, how far away do we think she is in terms of, like, foot?
A 2-minute walk away is... it's going to be a little while. But she's going to be running towards you any second now, so it might not matter.
If she was walking and we're running, that at least makes like a minute run, so like...
It is, yeah. If that's if you want to run this turn, you can roll me one last strength check. Or sorry, it's an acrobatics or athletics. It's only because he had a when she was actually grappling you for strangling. So you can roll an acrobatics. I'll allow.
Okay. Right. Sure. Yeah. 17.
Okay, that's no problem. This time you're gonna duck underneath it, twist out of her grip. And I say her because you do hear a voice at this point. You hear it. It seems malice is filled with its voice, and it's coming from the bag. Maybe it's the Viper as well, you're not sure. And it says,
Such a pretty face. Can't wait to see it when it's all blue. Running out of air. I wonder, what's your worst fear, dearie?
No, thank you.
I'll find it eventually, yes.
Nope, I'm out.
as you start running away from it, you hear it calling, "I'll search your dreams then." Okay. It is a full sprint, and that's going to be 30 foot. Wait, you got 45 feet, haven't you?
35.
35. Okay, so you're actually going to get away from her before she can have a chance. She actually lifts feet out of the trunk, and at the same time the trunk melds into her and becomes her body. And yeah, that was some weird ass shit. She's still kind of tracking you, and so is this weird creature, this chicken creature, like chases you for about a round or two before it eventually gives up. You're way too fast. Yeah. The last thing you see is of that dark forest as you kind of run away is a strange shadowy coalescent build-up, and it then begins to be torn to shreds, and you can hear a tearing sound. You have no idea what it is, but you don't have a chance to like look around.
No,
Okay.
not even. Just forward.
All right, you come to the rest of the party at this point. I'm not gonna drag it on. You can see Revire rushing through the forest. Her hair is kind of being tossed to and fro as you notice her in full sprint, and you see the rest of your party coming towards you as well.
Are you actually yourselves?
Who else would it
Well, that does pose an interesting question, you see. What constitutes the self? Are we just a collection of memories? Is it synapses? Is it...
Yes, you're fantastic.
It's way too
Great.
early for this, Jason. What happened?
Alright. So, I went to go and find the dog because I didn't want the dog to starve. And then the dog was looking at the tree and there was something in the tree. I'm like, oh shit, dog, what are you looking at? There's something in the tree. And there's just this waving bit of cloth that turns into a tree lady with a bag and a snake in the bag. And I look around and the dog is like a weird chicken thing and turned my bananas to stone. So...
I've heard all of those words, but never in that order.
I never thought I would say them all in that order.
Did you lick one of those frogs?
If you want to look in the artwork tab, that's the image of what you saw. That horror.
Oh my god.
You try
I think
your
I summed it up pretty well.
yeah. Your eye does their best to describe this monstrosity to the party, and Iku just looks like she's concerned for you. Not in the way like you were in danger, but are you sure you didn't run into some blue mist or?
I am absolutely sure when a crazy tree bag snake lady wants to know what my biggest fear is, keeps trying to strangle me and says she's going to search my dreams for it.
No.
Oh god, no, I sound nuts.
She puts her hand to your forehead.
Yeah, cast less restoration on you.
Revire, just because you're not the best at survival checks anymore doesn't mean you need to lie for attention.
Just...
You're
Look,
a
I
valued member of this team.
You're leader of the team.
Exactly, yes.
I'm
So,
just going to
yeah,
start
yeah.
Although, you know, if
In the book,
if she keeps this up, we maybe have to reconsider, because if she sounds fucking crazy.
Oh no.
Maybe we should institute a buddy system for people who want to go off and look for things. I pick Forn.
Hey, that's not fair. You get a giant iron juggernaut with you?
Of course you don't go with your new best friend.
Well, this is why I've always stayed with Dragonbait's side.
You're right. I'd use Dragonbait.
No, he's mine.
No, Artis, you didn't claim him first.
You hear it? Well, here you smell a lemon scent coming from him.
That means yes.
It actually does. Damn it. All right, Dragonbait. I'll choose.
So honorable.
I'll choose Ignir just in case he needs some pointers on how to use the ring.
I give him a very pointed look.
Did we pick Revi last? Oh no.
Oh no, it's like last on the football team.
Technically, no one's picked Rufus, so.
All right, well, well, that's sorted. Should we get back on the trail? We'll wrap up in about 5 minutes. Just got one last thing to do.
Carrick will ask Revia if she would just momentarily let him see what she saw.
Ooh.
It would
Will
feel
you believe
slight...
me?
I will. I can. I was asking permission to maybe look into your brain a little bit.
Go for it.
But I won't open any other doors. I'll just look into that one space.
I'll hit you if you do.
You're much stronger than me. I don't want that. Nor would I, for other reasons. But yeah, just do a brief detect thoughts, just to get a look-see.
Okay. If you're just searching the surface thoughts, I'll say that you absolutely see the last image that was burned into her mind, as you're almost seeing it as like a third person, and you're almost reliving that last split second of what's happening. And you also pick up on, so you see the full vision of this horrific withered creature, charcoal black skin. There's these kind of demonic looking jewelry hanging from her wrist that look more like manacles than they do bracelets. A set of chains that are kind of hung and draped over the shoulders and around the neck, and the hood of this creature is punctured with the head of a viper that's coiled out and searches around. There's also just a brief darkish shape or shadow of an eye underneath some of the hoods, or in the recesses.
And you said there was like some kind of not that it was necessarily feminine, but it was
yes, I would say there's
just from hearing the voice and stuff like that.
Right, hearing that voice, yeah, that's kind of still fresh in her mind as well. Definitely sort of a feminine, screechy, raspy voice. And also, you're picking up on a faint bit of pain coming from Revia, and I don't think she herself realizes it, because it's a thought that's not really pressing, and because she's probably still feeling all this adrenaline. But there's a slight pain in the side of her head. Just a very slight pain. And there's another pain in her ankle as well. There's two pains.
I did cast Less Restoration. I don't know if that does anything on her forehead.
No, that didn't do anything for the pain. Right. And you look to the side of her head just as you're feeling this pain, and you do notice there is just a small, tiny clump of hair missing, like a tiny little bald patch. That wouldn't be noticeable if you yourself didn't feel around the exact spot. But there is a clump of hair missing.
Took some of your hair. Oh, okay. Well, okay. I come out of Revi's brain and say that I think she took some of your hair, but good news is we've got these scales so that we can't really be scryed on. So that might negate that, if that's what's happening.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll see about that.
That's true. The last time I thought I was safe inside the hut, and then something terrible bad happened to me
Yeah, that's true.
by a lady with snakes coming out of her head.
Right. Except
And
this description, although there are similarities like gangly limbs, claws for hands,
that was a hag, right, or something?
something like that. That one had horns. It did also have a snake, though. You're drawing similarities, even in the voice, but...
And the undead, the Speak with Dead guy mentioned that there was some sisters out there.
He also mentioned that, you're in Nangalore. He actually knew where you were as well.
Okay.
But I've said too much, and this session has gone on for long enough. So we might have to leave it on that little nugget.
It's terrifying. Sweet dreams, Kirsty.
But before we end, after the end, I'll say at the end of the journey, the last thing you see, and I'll repeat this at the start of next, but when you've finally kind of calmed down, your pulses return to a normal state, there may still be a bit of trepidation in each step, and you've certainly had a trust of dogs shaken within you. There is something in the distance which keeps your mind a little bit occupied. That's right. A large, wide sinkhole yawns before you, the earth around it littered with goblin bones. You can tell their little short spears and masks are kind of all cracked and broken around. The opening is about 90 feet across and roughly circular, and the stone walls are nearly vertical. And 30 feet down into this sinkhole, amongst the murky green water, you can see hundreds of frogs hopping from one floating lily pad to another. And then amongst it, in the centre, a massive rib cage, and the fine wing bones of a dragon rise above the muck. Vine, moss, and lichen hang from the bones, like drapes. And judging from how much the skeleton is exposed, the water is probably only about 3 to 4 foot deep. But on that, we will end tonight's session and pick up next week. Next week, actually, Sunday next week. I'm not sure if I'll be back in time. Well, I'll discuss it after I've signed off, but we'll see. Regardless, thanks very much for watching. We'll catch you all then. Bye bye.